Good evening, Glasgow, and welcome to MTK Fight Night, live on IFL TV, presented by Mr. Lee Eaton in association with MTK Global and MTK Scotland. We have an action-packed card for you tonight, and we know it's going to be one to remember. This evening's boxing is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Our officials ringside are Supervisor, Derry Trainer, Area Secretary, Barry John Marsden. Our referee in charge of the action are Paul O'Connor, Kevin McIntyre, and Kenny Pringle. And our timekeepers are John Bruce and John Joe Brandon. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get right to the action, and we're going to introduce our first bout. Walking to the ring, please welcome Taka Bamberi. Ladies and gentlemen, making his way into the blue corner of the ring, Nathaniel Collins. Ladies and gentlemen, this first contest of the evening is scheduled for 4 rounds in a super welterweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He officially weighed in at 9 stone 6 pounds with a professional record of 1 win, 1 by way of knockout. From Oldham, Lancashire, England, please welcome Taka Bamberi. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner, he officially weighed in at 9 stone 6 pounds with a professional record of 3 wins, 1 by way of knockout and no losses. From Hamilton, Scotland, please welcome Nathaniel the Nightmare Collins. Your referee at the bell, Mr. Kevin McIntyre.
Fours and fives, he's there for the big one. Land it.
Right, don't push him down. You ready? Box!
Off the rope.
Put your hands up. Let go, you hold it.
So use your off the rope. You told it. Slow down, slow down, mate. After 2 rounds, you'll fucking slow down. You get through this round and it'll get easier. You always know what to do, yeah? Yeah, book it, mate. Book it, please. He's not gonna do much more than that. That's all he's fucking got, mate. Yeah? That's all he's got, mate. Ride him again and you'll have him 3 or 4. Don't get yourself playing, but use him with him. Make yourself space. Sorry, bro. Make yourself space. It's not different now. Still let him ride the shots. He gets too tired, you know what I mean? That's where he will slow. He ain't coming on with nothing better than that.
Second time, round 2.
Right back. Get head up. Box.
Use the ring. Breather.
Box.
Don't get sloppy. Use the ring. Hands up. Use the ring, man. Shot. Hold him. Well done. Right on him again. Use the ring.
Length to the backhand.
Well done. Keep hold of him.
Right. Step
Keep him there.
back.
Keep him there.
Watch your holding. Don't do arms on him there.
Let's see them toes moving about and you that ring. Good lad. Use your head. Sit. shot, wicked shot. Use the ring now. Use the ring. There you go. Call that time. Call that time. Here he comes, here he comes. That's it, one more round left, done, going on. This is the hardest round now and then you're free. You know what I'm saying?
Seconds
This
out.
round, you're free.
Round 3.
Get through this round.
Push him in like that, right? Keep your head up. Go!
Stay focused. We're nearly there now, come on. Good lad, hold him. I see some shit, come on. Good lad. Go toe to toe him, let's use the ring. Box him. Stop wearing him out, Nathaniel. Good shot. That's it, use the ring now. Nearly there. That's it, stay tight. Nice, keep him there. Let's keep him there. Good shot. Get off the ropes, come on. Use the ring, come on, loosen up. Come on, loosen up, man. You're nearly there.
Quick, step back.
Use the ring now. Last minute. Come on. Last minute. Come on. Good shot. Stay focused. Don't trade. Good shot. Use the ring now. That's it. Use the ring, Leicester! Leicester, come on! Good shot, good shot. Use the ring. Good shot. Good shot. Wicked shot. Hands up. Come on, play. Gotta go still. Last 3 minutes and you are an animal, mate. Yeah? You do not put this up now. You do all this for nothing. We didn't come this far for nothing. See some footwork, yeah? You're right, yeah? You're not coming this far for nothing now. All the product and all the real. Give this We come this far now, yeah? And we're going home champions, yeah? He doesn't stop you. I want to see you dancing on that beat. I want to see you. I want to see something special. Don't roar in too much. I know it's nice. It's easy on your folks, isn't it? It's easy on it. Look at all the body fences now. Yeah. Don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up, bro. 3 minutes. 3 minutes is nothing. 3 minutes. Good shot. Let's sharpen up now. We've seen his best now. Let's just work.
Come on, Nathaniel. Let's put it on him. That's all he's got, Nathaniel.
Right. Step back.
Keep him there.
Once he's behind the head. Box.
Jab going now. Yeah, right up, right there. Get out that corner. Over there.
That's all he's got. It's a big right hook.
Come on.
Let's put it on him, Nathaniel. Come on.
Come on, enjoy it. Enjoy this.
Let's get him in there. That's it, lovely.
Step back.
And then toes a bit. 2 minutes left. Off the Come on, give me some.
Put it on him, Nathaniel. Let's go.
Minute to go. Minute. Hold tight. You've got a minute. Woo! There you go. Come on, wake up. Come on. Last half. Stay focused.
Right. Step back.
Come on, get a breather.
Box.
Come on, what's he going to do? What's he going to do? Stay focused. Let's see something. Come on. Let's see something. Come on, let's see something. Out the corner. Out the corner. Out the corner. Come on, mate. One tackle. Come on, wake up. Out the corner. Good shot. And again. Water, mate. Water. Water.
Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for both fighters. They have opened up the show in style for us. After 4 rounds, we go to the scorecards. Referee scored this bout 40 points to 36 in favor of your winner, Nathaniel the Nightmare Owens.
He had enough. He's stinking the place off.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next contest is scheduled for 4 rounds in a welterweight contest. Introducing first, making his way to the red corner, please welcome Richard Samuel. Ladies and gentlemen, this contest is scheduled for 4 rounds of the welterweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, he officially weighing in 10 stone 10 pounds. From London, England, with a professional record of 1 win, please welcome Richard Samuel. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner, he officially weighing in 10 stone 7 pounds. He's making his pro debut this evening in the squared circle, ladies and gentlemen. From Glasgow, Scotland, please welcome Alan the Inside Kid Macaulay. Your referee on the bell is the Paul O'Connor.
Take it out. Round 1.
Still in the bucket, once you don't get whatever it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Paul O'Connor called a stop to the action at 2 minutes and 30 seconds of round number 1, declaring your winner, Callum Macaulay!
Thank you very much, sir. Welcome, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the red corner of the ring, please welcome Stefan Nikolai. Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the blue corner of the ring, Jack Turner. Ladies and gentlemen, this contest is scheduled for 4 rounds in a featherweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, he officially weighed in at 9 stone even, with a professional record of 2 wins. Please welcome from Bucharest, Romania, Stefan Nikolai. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner, he officially weighed in at 9 stone even. Tonight he makes his pro debut in the squared circle, ladies and gentlemen. From Glasgow, Scotland, please welcome Jack Turner. Your referee on the bell, Mr. Paul O'Connor.
Taking up round 1.
Let's go, Jack, boy! Brace yourself, brace yourself!
Bien, bien, Estefan, muy bien.
Break, step back!
Muy bien, seguimos así, Estefan. Saco, saco. Tranquilo, tranquilo.
Watch your head! Step up!
Saco, saco, saco.
Break, Jack, boy!
Trabajo el jab, abajo, abajo. Derecha de volea. Ahí, ahí, muy bien.
Break, step back! Break, Jack, boy! Come on!
Estefan, me muevo, me muevo. Bien, bien. Bien, Estefan. Bien, bien, ahí, ahí. Dale la vuelta.
Break, step back!
Saco, saco. boxeo, boxeo. Eso es bien, Estefan, así. Muy bien, Saco. Bien. Muy bien, Estefan. Muy bien, Estefan.
Seconds up, round 2.
Bien, bien, Estefan. Saco, saco, Estefan, bien. Bien, Estefan. Stefan. Bien, bien, Estefan, bien. Tócale la ceja, la tiene tocada. Saco, saco. Bien. Stefan. Bien, Stefan. Bien, Stefan. Bien, Stefan. Saco, saco, Stefan. Pego, pego. Pego ahí, bien. Me muevo, me muevo.
Seconds out, fourth and final round.
Stefan, me muevo, me muevo. Ahí, ahí, le doy la vuelta, ahí, ahí, ahí. Me muevo, Stefan. Ahí, ahí, ahí. Ese, me muevo, me muevo. Ahí, ahí, me voy para un lado, para otro. Salgo de ahí, salgo. Saco algo. Le doy la vuelta, la vuelta. Estefan. Bien. Me muevo, Estefan.
Hands up, son! Hands up! Hey, step back! Start again, Jack! Come on, Jack!
Saco, pego algo, pego.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds, we go to the scorecards. Referee scored about 39 points to 37 in favor of your winner. He now moves to 1-0, Jack.
big overhand right there, Saki then. Though that really caught off. About 8 minutes. Big left hand and in. Through the centre. In comes Jeff Hines and waits his fight over.
Hello and welcome to MTK Fight Night. We are live on IFL TV from the Emirates Arena here in Glasgow, and I'm delighted to have Barry Jones alongside me. Hi Barry, big smile tonight from you. We've got a wealth of Scottish talent on the bill tonight. Anyone standing out? Which kind of fights are exciting you tonight?
Well, I think it's more to do with, rather than the fights itself, it's seeing these guys, you know, obviously just seeing with like Reece McFadden, of course, you know, young kid making his way, and there's Lewis Benson who's come off two really close, contentious defeats, looking to get back in the mix in a really exciting super lightweight division. Obviously, David Brophy, who's only lost the two former future
Fielding and Groves.
Former world champions, not the future world champion, to beat them. And obviously, that fantastic win he had in Australia to win the Commonwealth title against Zach Dunn. So there's some real good talent there, and obviously got Michael McGurk as well, who we're looking in an exciting division. Is a super welterweight division.
He's in a tough fight tonight, you know, headlining tonight. You know, his opponent was on the run of 6 wins, and then obviously lost to Kieran Smith, who's on the bill tonight in his last fight. So, you know, a durable, tough opponent for him.
There is, and also Kieran Smith as well. You know, he'd be looking maybe to match them up in the future, because that division in the world is phenomenal. But in Britain,
he's undefeated.
But in Britain, MTK also, they have, you know, Liam Smith, and they have Liam Williams as well, who's the middleweight champion, but talking about coming back down to super welterweight. So, you know, I think that the talent that MTK has at that weight is probably their best weight so far, I would have thought.
Well, we're looking forward to it. First up, we have Reece McFadden, who is getting married tomorrow. So let's hope there are no injuries on his face tonight. But let's find out a little bit more about him.
Just obviously based in Motherwell, from Motherwell. I grew up in Motherwell all my days. Local boy, Fordwood from. So I'm just pretty much Motherwell's finest.
Are you listening?
Had good amateur background. I've been obviously with the reigning Scottish champion since I was a boy. I then went on to win the British champions several times. I've been about as a junior. I won the bronze medal in Hungary as a junior as well, and then went on to winning the Tamer tournament. Mike Tyson, Oscar De La Hoya and stuff. People, legends like that has been to that tournament. I know they've not got a patch on me.
You're coming off the back of your first pro fight. How was that?
It was good. It was good to try the wee professional gloves and that on, and it was good. It was different from, it's a lot slower paced. They're trying to settle you down and make you plant your feet and punch harder, and it's definitely different, but I'm really enjoying it. The mindset in the ring when I'm in there is just unbelievable. It's like when you're walking to the ring, it's the build up of nerves, and then I'm very good at turning the nerves into confidence. So when I'm in that ring, it goes away, and it's just pure enjoyment moment that I have through my body.
You're only cheating yourself.
You're going to be fighting the day before your wedding.
I got a text from Ian saying that you're fighting on the 22nd of March. So I went home and told Sammy, and Sammy was like, that's the day before our wedding. That's the day before our wedding. I was like, well, I've said I'm going to fight now, and I'm just going to have to go with it. And she was quite happy enough for me to go with it, so she's confident in myself that I'll not have a black eye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live on IFL TV for MTK Fight Night, presented by Mr. Lee in association with MTK Global and MTK Scotland. Ladies and gentlemen, the fighters in the back are ready. The officials ringside are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are ready to see some action, make some noise! Please welcome to the red corner of the ring, Stefan Sashev.
So here we go with the live action here in Glasgow. Back in Glasgow a few months on from a show that we saw several of tonight's stars in action, and it was a terrific night that. And we're back again to do it again, including Rhys McFadden, who made his debut on that November night here in Scotland. Tonight he's facing Stefan Sashev, all the way from Sofia in Bulgaria. And most of his wins have come at home, but he did cause a bit of an upset already in March.
Corner of the ring, Rhys McFadden.
Well, Rhys McFadden was all smiles in that video we played beforehand. I don't know what most normal people do the night before their wedding. In the old days, it would have been perhaps a massive stag. These days, maybe it's a nice family meal with your mates or friends and family, but fighters are a different breed entirely, folks, aren't they? And tonight, on the eve of his wedding, here he is, fighting for the second time as a pro. He's all smiles. His fiancée Samantha will be hoping that there's no cuts and bruises in around about 20 minutes' time. Looking forward to seeing McFadden again. Here's the tail of the tape. You can see the Bulgarian 30, both weighed in at 118 pounds, exactly 7 years younger, McFadden, and just his second pro outing it is this evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, this contest is scheduled for 4 rounds in a bantamweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He officially weighed in at 8 stone and 12 pounds with a professional record of 5 wins. From Sofia, Bulgaria, please welcome Stefan Sashev. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner. He officially weighed in at 8 stone and 8 pounds with a professional record of 1 win, no losses. From Motherwell, Scotland, please welcome Rhys McFadden. Your referee at the bell, Kevin McIntyre.
Let's walk on the rules, so keep it clean. Obey my commands all the time, defend yourself all the time. Touch gloves, let's go up.
Kevin McIntyre, a former British champion, of course. A few divisions up north of where these guys are fighting tonight, but Rhys McFadden will definitely have designs on those kind of belts. And probably, given the lower weights, looking to do it in double quick time. But it's an eve of wedding second outing for him tonight. Barry, you and I called his debut a few months ago when we were here in this very venue back in November. He won every single round that night against Elvis Guillen. What are you looking forward to seeing tonight?
Yeah, the same again, really. You know, I think it's the composure, and you know, even though he's a busy fighter and he's short, so he has to get inside and work. You know, I think just picking your shots, and I think he did that quite well in the first fight. We're expecting more of the same. And these fights, the development fights, so you know, you pretty much know, unless the wheels fall off, then the win is almost a given. But it's about what they do in the gym and transferring that to fight night, which is not always the easier thing to do.
And he's sold enough tickets again, plenty of noise for him on the way to the ring. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people here tonight following him who will be at that wedding tomorrow afternoon. Half 2 is booked in for at Bishopton.
Yeah, are you not coming? Me and Sophia, we've been invited to the wedding.
I was.
Did you not get an invite? Sorry.
Well, I was under the impression I was doing the emceeing.
No, you're not coming.
Afterwards.
You're not coming. Just a slip there, I think.
He'll be off double quick to his honeymoon in Jamaica as well. He's away 10 days in the sunshine.
Oh, good body shot there from McFadden.
Oh, busy hands, and it was nice. He He wasn't letting Sashev sort of hold on, just slightly off balance there when he trying to clip him with the right hook. But that was good. He didn't allow the other guy to smother his work. And
he fell over there, McFadden. I think he just forgot to move his left foot over when he leaned to the left. Just forgot to move the left foot for the balance. That's what he does quite well. When he gets pushed back or when he moves back, he still looks to get a little bit of space to swing the uppercut through.
And really switching, as so often the case. Quickly out of range there after landing a body shot of his own.
That's better. Even though he didn't land with the shot, that little movement, that little feint with the foot constantly all the time.
Just landed with a big right hand. He's clubbing Sashev, who was kind of almost inviting the referee to step in and break them.
Well, he's within his rights to do it. It's an open target. The guy's trying to hold, but McFadden's the one looking to work.
What he is doing is getting his shots off. He's creating a bit of space as well, Barry, when really they could be tangled up close.
Just got to be careful, you don't rush in a little bit too quick, get too close and heads clash. But to stay, being the short fight, there can be an advantage. You stay nice and low, make the guy punch down, and the accuracy's not always there when you punch down. Nice little body shot there from McFadden.
Sashev used to
it's just a little push again.
I think it was McIntyre. The referee's right on top of that, but he's landed plenty of shots up. So a busy first round from McFadden. I think the impressive part of it was the fact that he was just engineering a bit of space. He was always throwing a punch. He was always in position to throw a punch, even when it looked like it could get a bit ugly.
But to be honest, I think he started off better than he finished, ironically. I think he got a little bit scrappy, a little bit to the end there, trying to force the pace. But he started off tremendously well, picking his shots well, still staying busy. But then, see that little half a step, little lean back, a little half a step as well, just to make a little bit more, make the guy miss, and then he fires back with combinations. And this is what he does so well. When you're thinking in closer, you've tied the guy up, he lets his hands go. He's always looking to work. He's not looking to hold. He's always looking to work. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. The fight is not. If the fight was turned fully, then obviously, of course, then the referee's got to call a break. But he's not.
Slightly bigger man by about 4 pounds tonight, Sashev. He's generally been around 121, 127 in his recent fights. 5 wins, so four of them have come in his native Bulgaria. But he had a bit of an upset a few weeks ago at York Hall, where he beat the then unbeaten Brandon Ball. But he's not just been given a sniff at all so far.
No, I think that's and clever there by McFadden. He's obviously seen that guy. Obviously, he's beaten a bit of a prospect, so he can do a bit of work. So he's just gone straight away, stamped his authority on the fight. Good body shot.
Yeah, I think he hurt him with that right hand to the body. That's just forcing. Yeah, he's got him backpedaling now.
Don't think he needs to switch, McFadden. I think he's fine from the southpaw stance for me. That's where I prefer him.
And again, letting his hands go and enjoying himself.
He pushed a little bit down the back of the neck, just a little bit, and got away with it. But it's making the space. That little step back with the back foot just makes a bit more space so we can get that uppercut through.
And again, referee's letting him work. Nothing wrong with that from McFadden.
To be fair, especially younger fighters, but when they look at this range, they're always looking to hold on. Because in the amateur game, we don't really, especially in the amateur game now, no one ever fights inside. So when you're close up, you're always grabbing and holding. But he's constantly looking to work and getting success because of that.
Yeah, I think Sashev is constantly looking across to the referee, so he's just inviting his own problems. And McFadden's happy to cater him in that department. And good jabs working well for him in this round.
Nice left hand there from the southpaw stance, and he switched to orthodox there, McFadden. But for me, he's much better as a southpaw. That's good again.
And he's kind of clipping him on the way out too. It's a bit of a whirlwind, this for Sashev. He's looking uncomfortable and a bit of bother.
Nice. Drowning under the pressure, isn't he?
Yeah, he's starting to flounder, and it's been pretty incessant. It's just a bit more intensity as each minute goes by. Another body shot flies in.
For the most part as well, McFadden, even though you've got to get a bit closer because he's a shorter arm fighter, he's keeping a nice distance so he can get full leverage on the punches. So he can punch right through the tag. He's not getting too close to stifle his work. For the most part. Been a good round.
And there goes the bell to end it. Deep breath as he goes back to his corner and he's shaking his head. I think he's cut on the right eyelid as well, Sashev. That was a pretty hard, tough round for him.
He was blowing after about 30 seconds of the round, wasn't it? A minute of the round he was starting to blow.
And he wasn't being given any respite at all. It was kind of pressure upon pressure.
But it's not just abandoned pressure, it's not just wild pressure, it's thoughtful pressure. He's taking a little skip out and fighting back with punches, McFadden. He's not giving the guy no breathing space at all. It's good work from him. See he takes a little space, keeps the distance when he's throwing his punches, so he can get full leverage, full range on the shots. No, it was a good round. That was really good, but no, I think he started the first round good, finished a little bit scrappy, but that round he was concentrating throughout and kept his composure. And there was a nice little flurry on the ropes there. He's giving him a lot of pressure.
Everything seems just a little bit more relaxed and controlled than it was back here in November, which makes sense.
Yeah, of course.
But with the sort of pressure and the busyness, and I think the thought behind it too, oh, he gets through again. It all started with a jab to the body before he brought the attack upstairs.
To be honest, the pressure and stress of probably organising and being involved in a wedding, this is probably a relief to get in the ring.
Absolutely. I wonder what the final instructions were from his fiancée en route to...
It's fantastic for him, isn't it? He's doing the thing he loves and then he's going to marry the person he loves. Tomorrow, that was fantastic. A good shot.
Again, the referee on top of that, a couple of times just been bundled over.
He's pushing him down, but then Sashev is leaning over him, that's why.
Oh, nice body shot again from McFadden. Just all that amateur experience, double Commonwealth medalist. And you fancy if he just sort of kept the pressure that he saw in the second round, that he would slowly but surely just beat up Sashev, which he's been doing.
He wasn't hurting him though. I think the pressure was really good. I think it was impressive, and I think he was struggling for pace, Sashev.
I think Sashev's slightly falling over too.
Yeah, well, that's what the referee McIntyre was telling him. I think you're going over too easy.
Nice. Oh, that's a good shot. Right below the left elbow, that one. Again, Sashev's kind of leaning forward, almost inviting the tumble.
That's good there from McFadden. See, it's constant and relentless pressure, but he's thinking about his work. And to think, when you're fighting at a high pace, and actually still to use your brain rather than just let your hands go, it takes some intelligence. And I think he's showing that tonight. At this level, of course, but I think it's a good standard.
Oh, that's a big left hand. It's right on the eye that's been damaged already. And a deep breath from Sashev.
You talk about when you have a guy just turn pro, you talk about habits, good habits, bad habits, and I think he's showing some of the good habits that he has in the gym, and he's transferring that into the ring. Thinking about your work, always looking to let your hands go.
I think he's starting to get through to Sashev. Either whether it's through tiredness or just beating him up a bit, there's less and less coming back. Again, Sashev just kind of leaning forward, and I think this time maybe the referee's just had enough of it. A couple of body shots that helped him on his way. Mouth is wide open, Sashev. Might not be enough time in this round though.
It's a bit of a soft knockdown, to be honest. It's Sashev's fault because he's a little lean on a little touch on the back of the head, and he looks for the floor. Again, he's looking for the floor. He's going to throw him out.
Well, the bell's going to go to save him this round, but he is knackered. And I think that little Reece McFadden's got an opportunity, maybe to go and get a the first stoppage of his career if he really goes after Sashev in this final round.
And it'd be a good result. I think he's done all the groundwork for that. I think he's made this guy struggle from pace from the offset, really. And again, but again, he's always looking to pick his shots. He's not just swinging in like a lunatic. Again, he is leaning on the back of the head, but Sashev is looking too easy to look for ground, I think, and that's where the referee McIntyre was a little bit fed up there and said, because obviously being a former fighter himself, he knows what a lean down is and what a looking for the floor is as well. So
interesting to see. Expect to be more of the same from McFadden. I think the big question is how much more of it can Sashev take? Can he buy himself any space? Not been able to so far. He lost in a round to Lee McGregor actually nearly 2 years ago. Now he's just taken a big left hand. That was McGregor's debut that night. And here, nearly 2 years on, Swiss McFadden. Fellow Scot. Oh, no. He's cut. No. McFadden's cut. Would you?
We're just thinking about tomorrow and his wedding, aren't we? We're not even thinking about the fights.
Absolutely, absolutely right. There, it's right on the corner of the left eye. An eyebrow.
Unbelievable. Haven't taken a punch all night. Literally. It's been all easy for him all night, and still is now. That's lovely there.
Clipped him with the left hand again. There's been plenty of body attack throughout the night too. Getting the heads coming close together. Sashev shakes his head.
A nice jab there from McFadden.
Pawing away at the blood. Nice body shot. Oh, he just stood still there, kind of hunched into his shell, trying to protect himself, Sashev.
Just needed to come through with the uppercut with the left hand there, McFadden, then go back down to the body with the right hook. Just to lift those elbows up a little bit more for him. But the low there with the body shot there from McFadden.
Minute to go. Can't believe he got caught. Oh, a couple of good shots getting through again. That's enough, says the referee. He's called it off. One-way traffic. No doubt Sashev could have carried on. It was one-way traffic, and McFadden gets his win, gets his first career stoppage. Unfortunately for the wedding photos tomorrow, he's also got a big gash on the side of his left eyebrow.
But you know what? Apart from all that stuff, it was a good display. I thought, I thought the pressure was relentless from him. He suffocated this guy with pressure and thoughtful work from the offset. And I thought, there was more of an intelligence about his work than he was in the first fight, in his debut. And he's got that bigger test are going to wait. But at this level, at this stage of his career, I thought he boxed very, very well. Really did.
Yeah, and actually, he just after the cutback, he got maybe just rushed things a little bit, but the last sort of 45 seconds, he was kind of back on point again.
To be fair, Alex, I don't think the cut affected him. I got to be honest. I don't think when you get cut, you're not sure if it's a welt or a cut, so you do panic straight away. You think whatever it is, when you feel that punch, you just think you're cut all the time. And obviously he was, so you know there's something wrong. And people panic. Experienced fighters panic, and I don't think he did, to be fair. It's easy not to panic when you're winning a fight hands down and nothing's coming back, and that's why the referee did stop the fight, but nothing was coming back there from Sashev.
Well, the smile's still there. That's for sure. He's still breathing, puffing, isn't he, Sashev? In a tough night, earning his money. But here we get the official confirmation of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Kevin McIntyre called the stop to the action at 2 minutes and 15 seconds of round number 4. Declaring your winner, Reese
Well, it's a second win for Reese McFadden. It'll be a short break. He's away for 10, 11 days, and Jamaica gets some sunshine, top up the tan, maybe relax, and then come back and he'll be looking to crack on in this boxing season and maybe have another sort of 2, 3, 4 fights in the year and keep busy. So I think Barry Nye pretty impressed by that performance. I think there was marked improvements from first to second starts.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think the way that, you know, being a busy fighter, it's hard to be accurate all the time. And then your hands go, you know, constantly and plotting forward. There's mistakes to be made, but I think he was thoughtful about his work. His footwork was good. He's making the guy miss, making him pay, and that pressure is hard to deal with.
Oh, he's got $1 million smile as well. He'll be beaming for all those wedding photos tomorrow. Let's get a word with him. He's with Sophia.
Congratulations, that's your second pro fight, you remain unbeaten. But firstly, what's your missus going to say about that cut tomorrow? You're getting married tomorrow.
I'm sure she'll kiss it better. Nah, that's what happens in the sport. He was an awkward fighter, he made it awkward, but you can tell when the first couple of shots I landed in there, he was even saying like, oh no, I'm getting hurt here, you know what I mean? So, but he was just awkward to get out of the road yet. But I was alright, quite warm in there as well. But
it's good to get those sort of fights under your belt, you know, get used to the kind of awkward opponents and know that you can get past them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I believe that I'm obviously levels above that man in there, but it was like, see if I'm in against a good opponent, that's very good, high quality opponent, who's like the same as me and on the level, then I perform my best, you know what I mean? But that was good, I enjoyed that, yeah, it's good.
And you've had a very good amateur, obviously, degree, but going into the pro ranks, how have you found the transition?
Very good, yeah, I really like it. I like the small gloves and all that. Definitely, it's settled down a wee bit, plant your feet, you can use your angles, pick your shots and all that.
I can tell you're raring to go. You want to keep active, don't you?
Yeah, 100%. So after I go enjoy my lovely wedding tomorrow, and then I go and have my honeymoon in Jamaica, take a wee bit of time off, and then once I'm back, I'm definitely back to take titles. That's what I'm in the sport for. That's my profession now. I was a joiner at trade, so I packed that in to focus on boxing because I absolutely love it. It's amazing. So
we can tell just that look on your face. And listen, go get that cut cleared up. Yeah. All right, have an amazing day tomorrow. Congratulations, and enjoy your honeymoon.
Thank you, I will do. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Back over to the BT now.
I know all the boxers say boxing saved their life and that, but it really did. I went to a gym with one of my friends from school, and unfortunately he's been in and out of jail from the age of 16, and I was saying that what if I went down that path? So in my heart, boxing saved my life.
Back to those days. I was running in one place. Set a pace. Feel like I've been running in one place. Yeah,
My pro career not went exactly how I wanted it to. I lost my 11th fight. Good close fight. Again, I thought I won that fight. Then after that, I got beat in my last fight again, which I knew I won that and just didn't get the decision, but it is what it is.
I was thinking about these times, 2 a.m. in my room, creating music with some rhymes. I was feeling divine, third place, took a lot to reach the finish line, but now I'm here.
When I win that British title, then I've done it in the amateurs and I've done it in the professional ranks. I don't think I'm too far away from that level. I don't actually think I'm far away from that level at all. I think I'm ready now. I've always been known as a counter puncher. Everyone says I wasn't suited to the pros because I was so much a counter puncher. But just because I don't stand there and take punches and have wars with people doesn't mean I'm not suited to the pros.
Shit again, really wanna start shit again. Run it back to all of those days. In your bedroom, recruiting for phase. Use some chips, they were always late. Better assessing about buying some drinks, but you got no money to pay.
I'm a winner, you know what I mean? I hate getting beat. Doesn't matter what it is. Even if it's a bad spot, I don't like it. Even if it's just doing circuits, I don't like getting beat in anything. So I try my best and everything. So I can't wait to get my arm raised because it's been a long time, as I said. But I had a good year last year. I got my name out there in the boxing UK scene, and everyone now knows who I am.
Set a pace, feel like I've been running in one place. Yeah, one place, and now I'm falling from grace. Please don't
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the red corner of the ring, Zoltan Zabo.
Well, Zoltan Szabo making his way to the ring. We've seen plenty of him on these shows, the man from Budapest. He's on a bit of a losing sequence as it happens. He has lost 5 on the bounce. But he's been the distance with plenty of decent fighters, up-and-coming prospects as well. I know he went 6 rounds with Daniel Yulusenev not all that long ago. And he's scheduled to be fighting again in April in Swindon. He's up against a talented fighter tonight in the shape of Lewis Benson.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the blue corner of the ring, Lewis Benson.
Well, let's just say straight off the bat that it's so good to see Lewis Benson making a ring walk again, because the last time that Barry Jones and I were here ringside in this very arena was post-fight after a terrific scrap between himself and Tyrone McKenna. It was a second successive narrow defeat, and it was one that had him protesting and making anguish pleas, and defiantly suggesting that he was off into retirement and he'd had enough of this game. So thankfully that was just heat of the moment stuff, and it's great to see him back. And back in business he is. He's just a few pounds above the 140 division. You can see he's 110, he's lost 2, but both of those on the bounce were very controversial. Szabo's on a run of 5 successive defeats himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, this contest is scheduled for 6 rounds in a super lightweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. With a professional record of 5 wins, he officially weighed in at 10 stone, 13 pounds, all the way from Bucharest, Hungary. Please welcome Zoltan Sticky Man Szabo. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner. He officially weighed in at 10 stone, 13 pounds, with a professional record of 10 wins, 2 by way of knockout, and 2 losses. From Edinburgh, Scotland, please welcome Lewis Kid Caramel Benson. Your referee at the bell, Paul O'Connor.
So Lewis Benson back in business. Really interesting, Barry, to see when Terry Kavanagh MC was reading out his ring record, and when he mentioned 2 defeats, I was watching Benson, and you could just see his little snarl on his face, as if to say, well, that's not really right, and we all know it. And you and I called his fight against Tyrone McKenna a hell of a fight. McKenna was busted up and cut and bruised and all sorts. We thought on the night, and I think plenty of people did, that, but Benson won that, and there's loads of people, including him, thought he beat Johnny Cole in Belfast previously.
Yeah, you know, and he'll feel hard done by, but what it showed, the positives it's shown is what level he's at, what he can compete at. See, when you're undefeated and you haven't boxed loads of good fighters, you're not quite sure how good you are, or people are not quite sure how good you are. Now they know where he's at that level, and it's a good level to be at, and even though they're defeats, sometimes you can get fights made easier because you've got a couple of losses on your record. So it doesn't always, you know, end your career. Sometimes it can enhance your career, believe it or not.
And both of those losses, by the way, and they've been one after the other, sort of last June and November when we were here, both of them by 1 single point. those kinds of contests. The McKenna fight was an absolute cracker because he had to, you know, there was a lot of pressure, physical and otherwise, from McKenna that night, and his tactics were absolutely spot on. He boxed to a plan throughout.
And he has to do that tonight, because even though Zabo on paper is an easy opponent, we've seen him like stop Stephen Orman with a body shot. He's beat Zach Davis, you know, an undefeated kid. Early, you know, 2016, I think they both were. But he's a guy who can punch and can box a little bit when he wants to. So depending on what moves you get him in, he can be an easy night's work or a very difficult night's work.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So you have to be very disciplined, keep your shape, you box to your strengths, and you got to use that nice long jab and keep him at the end of that, and then go to work. Just give him a couple of rounds, just nice long shots. He can come searching for you, make him miss, then he'll go back in his shell, and then you go to work.
Yeah, that's right. And also it's important for Benson to remember the success he enjoyed against McKenna particularly was that. It was all about boxing skill and working behind that jab. Those are his talents, and those are his assets. Just because theoretically this is a step down in class doesn't mean you suddenly think you're going to go and bowl out of.
And Zabo can punch, and we know that, so you've got to be aware of what's coming at you.
Nice kind of punch there, and he clipped him again with the right hand. Benson was on him like a shot.
Lovely right hand. The second right hand there was a lovely shot there from Benson.
Oh, missing wildly with all of that good defence too. Well, it wasn't a bad start to the round from Zabo actually, but he warmed up, loosened up, and found his rhythm in the second half of that opening round.
Yeah, he did. You know, I think he did not tentative a little bit, but I just think sometimes again you come into the fight like this thinking I'll just do what I want. It's going to be easy. So Zabo just throw a few shots just to make him just think, hang on, I got a guy who I forgot a guy who can fight a little bit when he wants to. So, but then once he got behind his jab, then he was good later on in the round. Used some nice footwork there, Benson, to make a little bit of space for that right hand spinning off the rope. So a little bit more of that, more thoughtful work using that educated jab, and he makes it an easy, nice work for him.
Almost unheard of. There is a former WBO super featherweight champion of the world, Barry Jones, and amazingly not the only one of those in the building tonight.
And
would you believe?
It's amazing that you said amazingly, because it's amazing, Alex Arthur.
Absolutely, two guys, world champions in the same division, same weight, in the same building. Alex enjoying the fights tonight. Barry calling it alongside me. What do you want to see?
The difference is though, I look like a bantamweight now, and Alex looks like his legs look like super featherweights. He's massive though, isn't he? I mean, full of muscle.
He
came over and hugged me, and he popped 2 ribs.
He was a big lump of super
Good
feather,
fighter he was as well. Very talented.
Oh, broke my heart the night Gomez beat him.
Isn't it mad? He won a world title, and he's a super talented fighter, really gifted, and he should have moved up in weight where he would have been more successful, in my opinion. But he's remembered for that great loss against Michael Gomez more than anything else. Like I'm remembered for. I'll get back to you now.
Well, of course, Terry McCormack, who had an association with Alex, is in the corner of Lewis Benson tonight. I was going to say, what do you want to see from Benson?
Again, just using the jabs, use those long reads, don't take any chances. A fight like this is just a fight to get you back on the winning track for bigger fights ahead. You've shown what level he can be, he can compete at and win at, really. Let's be right. So just use the jab, make it easy night's work. If you don't go searching for that stoppage, like everything, you drop a level, you should be blasting people out there. If that's not your style, that's not your style. That's good. There you go. That's what he needs. More of that.
And of course, we've been sort of touring the country the last couple of months, Barry. We've seen a few fighters in this division, haven't we? And MTK fighters as well. Jimenez Brown, we've seen a couple of times.
It's you said, to be honest, I can't think of a division that's not talented. You used to get something like that, that's an easy division, there's a little bit of a lot. You get, like, the super middleweights has probably been the weakest one recently, because that's a transitional period where fighters have retired and fighters just coming into it, and even that's a strong weight. You see, I say it's a weakish division, but you've got Callum Smith.
That's the state of the game.
Yeah, I know, you've like the Callum Smith, a weak division. He's a phenomenal fighter, but I just think he went through that transitional period, which happens for weights, but it's hard to pick the weakest weight right now. It really is.
That was nice from Benson. Needs to get the jab going. That's his real asset. That's his real weapon.
And that right hand over the top, because he's tall, and he sort of lifts the elbow up and just chops down a little bit with it. Not quite Golovkin-esque, but he doesn't get that power on, but he gets it over the guard, which is quite clever.
And of course, the 140-pound division going to take shape in the next month or so as well. Robbie Davis Jr., Joe Hughes.
Jack Cattrall's knocking on the door of a world title fight with Morris Hooker. And there's another guy from Scotland, I forget his name now.
JT?
Something there. He's an average fighter, isn't he? Josh Taylor, of course, who's probably the best super lightweight in the world right now. Good round there from Benson. We didn't really mention him much, to be honest. We're talking about everyone else around the world, but I think he sort of just got his rhythm a little bit in that round. Used those long levers that he has and kept it at range quite comfortable. Yeah, exactly. And that's a case in point there. Nice double jab, and double jab's not used enough anymore. That double jab makes space for that, especially when you're a tall fighter. That double jab makes space for that nice long right hand. It forces the fighter on the back foot, and it pushes him a little bit further away. It means you can fully extend on that right hand then. Punch right through the target.
Yeah, some good stuff. Definitely, I think finding rhythm's the key phrase there in that round from Lewis Benson. The Edinburgh man.
Seconds up, round 3.
Here we go then, into the next. Just to kind of get back into action fight for Lewis Benson tonight. Zabo trying with the right hand. He landed with a little body shot.
Nice shot there from Zabo, and again looking for it again. Nice little clipping left hook there though from Benson back, and doing well there, just spinning on the ropes. You know, it's all right to hold on, just you get your back off the ropes, little pivot on the front foot.
He's come out at the start of this round, Zabo, to have a go. I think he senses he could definitely be outboxed by Benson, and he wants to make it a different kind of fight in this round. And he's having a bit of success doing that.
He showed a bit of skill there, Zabo. Just a little shimmy of the shoulders there, blocking with the forearms, and then fighting back with the right hand over the top. Just showing that he can, you know, like we said earlier on, before the fight started, he can actually box when he chooses to, and we certainly know he can punch.
And the body attack that you mentioned. Oh, he just clipped him with the right hand there too. One or two reminders in this round for Benson.
See, that's what you got to do, Benson. See, the double jab just stops the attack. If those two jabs are fast and solid, just puts the guy on the back foot. So use it for space for the right hand, but also use it to get yourself out of trouble. Got to be fast though there. A little bit slow then, the double jab there from Lewis Benson.
Oh, he clipped by a left hand there too. Zabo having plenty of success here.
See, having long levers, being a tall guy and a tall, but it's a great advantage. It really is. But also, if you're lax with your defence, or you bring the arms back slow and low, then you're a massive target, and it takes a long time to get back. So you have to be sharp with those punches.
Zabo's trying to push Benson back.
Oh, that's nice. But when that's better. Just keep that popping that left hand out. When he stops with the left hand, that's when Zabo has a little bit of ambition to come forward. A good right hand there from Zabo. You see, when Zabo throws that right hand, he needs to just stay in the pocket, just roll. Roll left, roll right, and come back again.
And actually, a couple of those shots from Benson, he actually rolled and defended them, and they were just on the sort of shoulder and arms of Zabo. Had a really good round there.
Just seeing there's Zabo saying a good rounds, putting Benson a little bit of pressure there with the body attack, and he landed with a few decent left hooks to the body. There's one there, a lovely shot. Well taken though by Benson. Kept his focus, kept his shape. After taking that good body shot, and there's that good right hand over there. And that jab, that wasn't too slow coming back, but it came back low. And that's the worry with Benson. He carries that left hand low, and that invites that right hand over the top. See, some of them a bit more ambition with a little feint, or jabbing to the body and throwing that right hand over the top could cause problems.
Is that Zabo's round?
Not for me. I think Benson got the best, got back on track, I think, at the end of it there.
Seconds out, round 4.
And here we go then, into the next. And certainly, Zabo's been in pretty deep last few starts. Sean McComb in Belfast back in December. It was York Hall in November against Lewis Adolphe as well. And those are the breaks for guys in Zabo's position these days.
They're showing there some good upper body movement that he can. You know, he knows how to survive in the ring, knows how to ride with the punches and stifle the guys work with good pressure like this there from Zabo. Oh, good right hand there from Zabo as well, and a little combination. That's what he got, that's what he needs it there, Benson. Nice and long.
Trying to work behind the jab again. A little bit of feinting from both of them. Now, that was good defense from Benson.
That's better there, a little combination, moving the feet in and out now, a little bit more movement with the feet there from Benson. And that just makes it a little bit more difficult there for Zabo to mount an attack. That's a good jab. That was a good jab because he aimed it a little bit lower. He's been headhunting, following the head movement of Zabo. But when he just aimed for the sort of the chest of the chin there, the neck area, and landed a solid jab there. And you've got a guy who moves his upper body a lot. There's a good left hook there from Benson. And you've got a guy who's moving his upper body a lot. Sometimes you've got to aim for the chest just to stop that movement.
I think they might have traded left hooks there. I think one of those landed on Benson's chin too. Got a laid-back character, I think it's fair to say, Lewis Benson. Nice jab again. Final 30 seconds.
It's better.
His right hand getting through. And actually, he's defended some of those hooks this round, Benson.
Good jab again there from Benson. Yeah, you're right there. He's just keeping that elbow tucked in nice and tight. Sort of taking away that body shot then. Taking away the option there from Zabo.
And again, defended both of those. So 4 rounds. Lewis Benson looks comfortable enough there, and it was good to see him switched on. Defensively more than anything else.
Yeah, you know, I think Zab was making it really competitive, you know, and maybe he could have nicked that the round before, like as you suggested, Alex. But I just think you know, every now and again, I think the jab, the solid straight shots there of Benson, and he's blocking of some shots there. Just seems getting to the target first there, and I think it's just enough for him to edge the 3rd round, and I think even that 4th round as well because of that. The jab was making him work a little bit more, making him think about his shots and trying to make him miss, making him a bit more frustrated.
Well, Zabo had success in that 3rd round, didn't he? But I think most of his shots in that last round were landing on sort of arms and gloves.
And also these fights as well. When you're thinking, these are fights just to get Benson back on the winning track, get a W in the column again for him. They're also fights when you drop it down a level. The motivation's different. When you box at a higher level, whatever that level is, to go back down, you think, I don't want to be down here. Again, I want to be boxing for titles or boxing guys, and defeating them and being, in real competitive fights and having more attention. And sometimes it can have an effect where you're almost not motivated. I think he's been fine tonight as it goes, but you tend not to get your best. We've seen the best out of him when he's been under immense pressure, not just physically but mentally as well for fights.
I suppose if you want to be busy, and that's sort of one of the phrases at the moment, isn't it, for quite a lot of the MTK fighters. If you want to be busy, there might have to be interim fights.
Well, of course, they've got so many fighters on MTK, it's going to be hard to keep them all busy. But yeah, they get on bills and they get 6 rounders, and until they get a title fight coming up again, that's more than what most fighters get, especially nowadays.
Oh, lovely.
Fantastic. Best shot of the night so far from Benson.
Rattling good 1-2 that. Set up with a jab, and then he clipped him with the right hand, following it through.
See, he's not a puncher, Benson, but every now and again he hits you clean and punches through the target, and I think he earns your respect because of that.
Yeah, I think he's taken a few rounds to warm up tonight, Barry, personally. I think round 4 and now start round 5, he's looking his best.
Yeah, well, again, it's that motivation factor, isn't it? And he sees himself as a 10, possibly 12 round fighter as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course he's gone 10 rounds last twice. Yeah. Good defence again there on the ropes from Benson.
That's nice.
Just caught him, I think, with the end of the glove and his right eye there, Benson. He just kind of squinted briefly. I think he's okay.
But for me, I think he's flipped it on Zabo now. Even though he won the last round and the round before, I thought it was close. Zabo was maybe getting Benson a little bit frustrated by making him miss. I think Benson's done the same to him in this round. Made him miss quite comfortable so far in the round and has countered quite effectively off that.
The body shot getting through from Benson, enjoying much more success, and the glimpses of that for Zabo are increasingly fleeting. There's a good jab, stopped Zabo in his tracks.
But everything Benson needs is on the end of those long punches. That's where he needs to be. That's where all his fights need to take place at.
And another round in the bank. Maybe one more to come.
Yeah, you're right there. You're talking about he's starting to block and counter now there, Benson. He's keeping that right elbow tucked inside, the right glove glued to the forehead. And then every time that left hook, which is the only real danger punch on Zabo, except for a few fleeting right hands, it's blocked and it's out, and then he's taken out of commission because just by keeping that elbow tight to his body, keeping his shape, that's taking that punch right out of the game. And that's made a more difficult prospect there for Zabo to get some rhythm to his work, and that means then Benson gets more rhythm into his work, of course. You see there, he's just making him miss quite comfortable and moving off the ropes and everything then behind that nice long jab, which obviously promotes then a nice long straight hand to follow.
Zabo's enjoying himself. He's sort of looking out to the crowd. He just did a little jig in his own corner. And he's even kissing Benson on the top of the head. And here we go then, into the last round.
Oh, it's nice there from Zabo jumps with the left hook and a nice solid straight left there from Benson. See that little psychological thing there from Zabo, a little kiss on the forehead, and then he comes out like a lunatic.
Yeah, swinging, absolutely. And he's having a go here. Benson's just going to be careful, keeping his wits about him as he has done the last 2 rounds. And there's the jab again.
See, the jabbing to the body can be effective, but I think when you just single jab to the body, I think it's a dangerous game. You either got to flick another jab to the head straight after, or fire back with that right hand over the top. Otherwise, you're just leaving yourself exposed. And it only takes a little flick, and it's solid left jab to the body. It only takes a little flick to the head, just to get your hands back up and to keep it from firing back. That's nice. Good upper body movement there from Benson.
And making Zabo miss again.
A sort of screw shot there with that left hand through the guard.
Oh, just missed him with the right hand there, Zabo.
I think he might have clipped him, to be honest.
Minute to go. Zabo's enjoying himself.
It's good though. It's good though from Benson, who just kept his composure, didn't rush in, because thinking the guy was taking the mick out of him or anything. Good shot. Again, that jab to the body, then the right hand over the top. Dividends.
Long right hand as well. He almost got land the right hand there. He was sort of almost entirely squared on there, Benson. Something we've seen tonight.
You've got to be careful with that. He sets his feet, he packs a bit of power in those shots.
They're exactly the same weight tonight, but they're different dimensions, aren't they, to get to that.
Nice. And again, there you go, and skip off. That's the right idea there from Benson.
It's all about the jab and the right hand for Benson.
But they always say, don't admire your work, and that's what he didn't do. He threw the good shot, landed with a good shot. You either fire back again, stay there, or you move away. You don't just hold your feet there and think, look what I just did, and then get caught back with something silly.
Well, there we go. The touch gloves, as they have done each of the last 3 rounds. Lots of respect between the pair of them, and that's a good solid half-dozen rounds in the bank for Lewis Benson as he looks to build back up and get himself into some interesting fights later on in the year. And no real dramas either, which is the important thing.
No, he got clipped with a couple of shots, especially early on in the fight, I think, and some good body shots that Zabo landed with, which obviously we've seen him against Stephen Orman. We know he can throw a good left hook to the body, but I think once Benson adapted to that by tucking that elbow in tight, keeping that right hand glued to his forehead, and then blocking that left hook, and he took that left hook right out to commission after about round 3 or 4, which is good thinking on his feet. But sometimes he gets his little lulls in the action when he invites pressure back, but for the most part he keeps you nice and long, keeps you at range. And I thought it was a decent little workout for him for bigger fights, obviously where he belongs in 10 and 12 round fights now.
Yeah, we know that indeed. I gave Zabo that 1 round. Otherwise, I think it was Benson all the way. Let's get confirmation of it now with Terry.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds, we go to the scorecards. Referees scored about 60 points to 54 in favor of your winner, Lewis Kid Caramel Benson!
Well, referee gave it, I think, as Barry gave it, every single round to Lewis Benson. A few people come across from Edinburgh to support him. So they've had a nice night out, seeing their man do his business. And there'll be some bigger nights out, I think, for Benson. Not sure what the plans are, but maybe we'll get to Sophia to ask those questions shortly. The good news is the last time we saw him here, he was pretty heartbroken, he was despondent, and he was talking about giving up the game. I'm thinking we've got a different man on our hands this night, a pretty routine win, and that'll have pleased the Edinburgh contingent. Let's hear from him now. He's with Sophia.
Lewis, congratulations on the win. You must be delighted to be back to winning ways. You've had 2 controversial points defeats, which was very controversial according to many people. So back to winning ways.
Yeah, amazing being back to winning ways. Last year obviously was a very disappointing year, but only because of the decision, because I boxed brilliant last year, and a lot of people took note of my performances, and it was just good to get back to winning ways tonight.
The opponent, 48 fights under his belt, very durable experience. Good to get these kind of fights going.
Definitely, when they offered me the fight, I knew exactly who he was. He faced all the tough prospects. I'm getting a bit past the prospect stage. I just won the big fight. So it was good to get my 6 rounds in. I didn't take too much. I just listened to my coach tell him, Eric Brown. telling me what to do, and it worked.
And excited to obviously showcase your talents live on IFL TV. It's great for, you know, up-and-coming Scottish stars as well.
100%, the platform's brilliant. I've Andy McCart, one of the main man at IFL, he's been looking after me since the start, and now it's recording on live, so it's really good.
Listen, congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
We're ready for our next fight, so back to our MC, Terence Kay.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the red corner of the ring, Jose Aguilar.
Well, we've seen plenty of this guy, Jose Aguilar, the Nicaraguan, and one of the merry band now in Spain. He's making his way to the ring. He's been a regular visitor over here as well since making his debut a dozen years ago. And he's gone up the full distance with quite a few of our fighters, including Ryan Farag and even Stewie Hall once upon a time.
Making his way to the blue corner of the ring, Craig Morgan.
Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing this guy up close and live ringside tonight. And here's the fifer, the Kelty man, Craig Morgan. He's so fresh-faced, isn't he? But he's got an attractive style. I think he's already becoming a bit of a fan favourite. Stacks of experience as a youngster, schoolboy, champion, multi-national titles and British championships in his younger years, and there's plenty ahead of him. There he is alongside Billy Nelson, and this is 4th professional appearance. He only made his debut back in October. He's been cramming in the experience in a short space of time. I'm looking forward to seeing him do his stuff tonight. We've heard loads about him, seen little glimpses, and now we're keen to see more. There you can see the age difference between the pair of them. 19 he is Morgan, 34 our friend from Nicaragua living in Spain. He's been beaten on 56 occasions, says Aguilar, but it's a 4th pro outing tonight for young Morgan.
Ladies and gentlemen, this contest is scheduled for 4 rounds in a featherweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He officially weighed in at 9 stone 1 1/2 pounds. From Nicaragua, by way of Gelsa, Spain, please welcome Jose El Polo Aguilar. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner. He officially weighed in at 9 stone 2 pounds with a professional record of 3 wins, no losses. From Kelty, Scotland, please welcome Craig Morgan. Your referee at the bell, Kevin McIntyre.
Let's go to the rules. Let's keep it clean. Obey my commands all day. Defend yourself all time. Touch gloves. Let's go now.
So here we go then. Scheduled for 4 around the featherweight division, both just about 9'2" coming into this one, but you can see that the length and size of Morgan, the young southpaw. Heard loads about him, Barry. Looking forward to seeing him tonight.
Oh yeah, good there. See that little hop back there and throwing that southpaw left hand over the top there from Morgan. He looks so young though, doesn't he?
Well, he was around the amateur scene for a long time. as a youngster. But yes, only 19 now in the pro ranks. And making that left hand work from him early on.
Aguilar there, just punching the clubs together. He landed a nice little uppercut of his own. But Morgan will do well there, just to keep it nice and long.
Oh,
Good
lovely
shot.
left hand again. Real sort of swagger and confidence.
He does well because he steps in beyond the punches, but he doesn't forget to take that step back as well to keep himself out of the distance. And that gives him the option then to either move away if an attack comes on, or to fire back through with some more punches.
Nice right hand to the body, getting through there as well.
His arms are so long, he
Yeah.
threw that left hook from the other side of the ring.
Yeah, and he's looking to put his shots together, and he's putting a bit behind them too. He's committing to everything. Look at the eyes of Aguilar. He knows he's got a bit of a handful potentially here tonight.
That's good. And a southpaw to boot as well, which makes him even more difficult just to mount that attack. There's a nice little composed look about Morgan though, isn't there?
Oh, yeah, lots. I mean, we've seen him for less than 2 minutes, and you can see he's got plenty about him. Thinking about what he's doing, his shots look accurate.
That's good as well there. Even when he gets close, in a little bit to close range, he stays nice and low as he can go for that height, but it tries to roll under the shots to get that body shot into play. He's boxing really well. And with a name like Morgan, which would technically make him Welsh, you can see why.
Yeah, I think just a little bit of a stumble there, but you just wondered, his body language there, Morgan, was as if he thought he'd heard Aguilar.
But he throws with intent, doesn't he, Morgan, with everything.
Oh, he looks sharp. Looks absolutely razor sharp at the end of the first.
I'm more impressed with the footwork because he's coming out at a different angle as well, but he's throwing the shots and then coming out and coming back again. He's just not standing in front and not admiring his work, as we mentioned in the previous fight.
A little feint there as well. By the kind of menace, stalking Aguilar all the way through that round, and he's putting his shots together with poise, composure, and plenty of skill too. Very impressive opening round, Am.
Yeah, the first time I've seen him, I was very, very impressed with his composure, shot selection, the footwork in and out was really good. He's planting his feet, he's putting meaning behind every shot without really loading up. And he's always looking for the escape route as well. There, it's just case in point there. It's a beautiful bit of work for him. The punches and the feet and the body movement all in sync.
I'll tell you what, I mean, it's early days. There's only half a pound between those two characters at the weigh-in. Can you believe that? I mean, imagine the length and size of him as a featherweight if he progresses.
Oh, of course,
an absolute handful. A young guy, 19, so he's obviously got the scope to grow and move divisions. For the time being, given his skill set and his size, he's going to be posing some problems.
Listen, he's up against a guy who's going to beat, that should beat, and it'd be a disaster if he didn't. But we've seen Aguilar how tough he is and how durable he can be, and he doesn't cause you problems, but he fires back and he lands with a few shots now and again in fights. So, I think, for a 19-year-old kid in his, what's this, his 4th fight now? Not a bad display.
No, not at all. Not a bit of perspective for you. Joe Cordino in his debut performance a couple of years ago went nearly 4 rounds with this guy, getting him out of there. And Cordino, of course, will be a couple of divisions up.
Yeah, he's a lightweight now, isn't he, Joe?
So there's some perspective for you. I mentioned he'd gone the distance with Stewie Hall, Ryan Farag, both Charlie and Sonny Edwards as well.
See the acceleration in his work. That's what gives him the success. That's why he's landing with the clean shots. All of a sudden he throws that jab, but he accelerates with that left hand and that right hook to the body. A good shot again there.
Yeah, caught him with the left hand. And he's trying to use his strength now. Up close, little cheeky shoulder as well.
On the blind side of the referee.
Yeah, little pro trick there.
Composure's fantastic for a kid.
Yeah, impressive.
Don't want to be disrespectful, but he's still 19 years of age. And
yeah, he's not really had to take anything in return from Agri. Agri's dropping his hands in this round, just trying to lure him into something. Just trying anything, basically.
yeah, good shot there from Agri. That's what we're used to seeing from him every now and again with the right hook.
I think he really wants to let that left hand go, Barry.
He just held his feet for the first time there and got caught again. Morgan.
But he doesn't need to be in there, does he?
No, but there he shows. You see the vision and the concentration, because even though he kept his feet still, he still was seeing what was coming back. Just took a little lean back.
Not quite as clean now. It wasn't as clinical that round.
No, it's still good enough. But yeah, I think the first round was so impressive and so, like you said, so clinical that that second round would have been good if that was the first round. He's still, for the most part, he only got clipped with a couple of shots, but there, those little combinations there, all of a sudden the burst of acceleration on the punches just makes it hard for Aguilera to defend against. A lovely uppercut in that little sequence there as well there from Morgan. Had to take a few hooks back in little stages there from Aguilera just to know that he is in with the guy, an opponent who will fire back every now and again. It's not all one-way traffic. There, see that, just that little movement there, the little sort of roll, like a semi-roll, before he let go with that right hook. Now, there's a lot to like about this Morgan kid.
Into the third round then of this one. Scheduled for 4. Big fan of Nassim Hamid, actually Morgan. Who wasn't, of course. Very different style.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to get the left hand working, start of this round.
So you tend to think that if you're a tall fighter, you've got to be a fan of Thomas Hearns, or if you're a brawler, you've got to be a fan of a Tyson, stuff like that. But it's not always how you box, what you like to watch, is it? I was always a fan of Sugar Ray Leonard, but you could see the similarities in my career and his last fight.
Well, there's no doubt that certain star fighters can breed a generation coming through who want to be a bit like that. And you wouldn't be surprised if Josh Taylor has that kind of impact potentially in the next 10 years in Scotland.
Most definitely. He's such a pure, beautiful boxer, is Josh Taylor, really is. And even though he doesn't have a world title on his waist yet, he, for me, is the #1 in the division, for me.
Well, Baranchik and Program might be thinking they've got something to say about that. We saw Mo Hooker in action just the
He looked good, Hooker, to be fair, to his credit.
Yeah.
I thought he was just tall and awkward, and I thought Flanagan was very flat on the night, and he was Flanagan, he wasn't himself. Didn't have the same temper in his look, but Hooker in his last fight against Acedo did show a bit of grit and a bit of star quality about him.
Yeah.
Like this young kid here showing at this level, Nick Morgan, he's showing a little bit of star quality. I think the movement of his feet, I think the vision he has, and a bit of spite in the shots as well. I think he's really good to watch.
A minute to go in this third. And the shots look solid. I don't think Aguirre's given him loads of target too.
No, he's not. And I think he's just trying to punch over the guard. He is with the left hand there. Is Morgan, because he has to. Iger was a hard man to hit clean. That's why he's been durable for the most part of his career. But Morgan's kept him very, very quiet.
Closing seconds. And Billy Nelson looks happy over in that corner. No reason why he shouldn't be too.
You've got to remember what these fights are about. They're not about, at this stage of his career, they're about the kid being comfortable in what he's learning in the gym and transferring in the ring and showing his skills, building his confidence up by a guy who will give him rounds, put a bit of pressure on him without really ever being able to beat him. So it's a building process. You're not thinking about this actual fight, you're thinking about 6 fights down the line where he's starting about competitive guys, the muscle memory, keeping in shape, good habits you pick up, and that's what these fights are. So sometimes in a sport where you think, why would journeyman exist? And that's why, because it's such a tough sport that when you do get to a level where it's competitive, you need to have everything on your side, in your armory, mentally and physically. You need to be prepared for it, because if you're not, you unravel dramatically. If that makes any sort of sense.
It does indeed. And this is the fourth successive 4-rounder that Craig Morgan's been in, and he's been the distance in the 3 previous ones, and here he is into the final round on this latest outing. First of 2019 for him as well.
He'll stop people though, Morgan. You can see it already, the way he conducts himself, and I think the way he accelerates with the shots, and as he gets a little bit stronger, gets that man strength, and that's going to be he used to be sort of 24, now it's like 28 for most people, isn't it? But she's a solid jab, I think there's a lot of good things to work on. I think Billy Nelson must be over the moon when this kid walks through the doors. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And again there, that little step back again there, just it gives him, nothing comes back, and it also gives him a different perspective on the target where he can fire back again, where he can come back in for the second phase of his attack, if he chooses. Oh, lovely.
Yeah, he got out of the way and then was in position to come back with his own shot, Morgan.
See there for Morgan, something you wouldn't really notice, but he threw a shot and he backed up, but he took 2 little steps back, then he pivoted to the right. And that's a very important thing. You never take more than 2 steps back before you've got to change the angle of retreat.
Oh, that's terrific. They caught him with 2 left hands. He's hardly wasted a shot in this round. Oh, there you see, now he's letting his hands go, but then there's a bit of movement with it afterwards. Almost just a little exclamation point on it.
Nice.
Yeah, loads of class here. Loads of little glimpses of class.
Oh, it's lovely there. Great footwork, really is. I've almost stopped watching the punches now. I'm just watching the feet. Really good.
Barry Jones purring, crowd are starting to get into it as well, and I think that young man up there is enjoying himself too.
Just got to keep his shape now. Don't make any silly mistakes. He's enjoying himself. Everything's comfortable. Just don't take your eye off the prize. Keep that focus.
Oh, what a shot! And that might just be the final one of this contest.
Again,
what a way to finish.
I'll repeat myself all day long, but he set that up there with the footwork. Then left, went right, and then come back with a beautiful uppercut. That for me was a fantastic display of boxing from young Craig Morgan.
That uppercut at the end there, he just moved back, created the space, and then came back with that left hand. Was an absolute peach. Yeah, well, I think we've seen a glimpse of the future, perhaps.
Well, you know, I levitate towards an actual boxer, and I always do, and that's just my nature. And for a purist, that's a dream to watch. I thought he was fantastic in almost everything he did, really did. And we'll see what he's like about, you know, when he gets to sort of 10-0 or whatever he can get to. But for me, if he keeps going and progressing the way he is right now, I think Scotland might find themselves a future star.
I'm so impressed, so impressed. I thought that was class. And it's just the glimpse of what he might develop and become. And we're going to enjoy the journey here on MTK Eiffel TV.
Everything about it, the acceleration, the speed, the shot selection at times, but the footwork was what stood out for me. In and out of distance, making the guy miss that he throw punched, make him miss, make him pay, and then land his shots and then make him miss, spinning around the target, making space, using his boxing brain, and finding the angles of attack, and more importantly, retreat. He barely put a foot wrong tonight. He was fantastic.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds, we go to the scorecards. A referee scores the bout 40 points to 36 in favor of your winner, Craig Morgan.
Well, he loves a bit of chocolate and ice cream, and I think he deserved a bounty of all of that after that performance. And a big cherry on top, too. He moves to 4-0. And we're really looking forward to seeing him again. That's his first outing in 2019. I think they probably like to keep him busy, and hopefully we'll see him on another of these MTK shows in the coming months. Fantastic performance that was from him. Right, let's move on, because we've got plenty more coming up, and Ian Butcher is going to be up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the red corner of the ring, Carl McDonald.
Well, it's a late call-up, this, for the Tallaght man, Carl McDonald, who's pretty much raced through the early stages of his career, the Irishman. He lost 2 so far in his 3rd and 5th pro fights, but one of those was up against Jordan Gill, would you believe? Unbelievably. Talk about being thrown to them early on, and now he's up against a triple British title challenger in the shape of Ian Butcher. It's a late opportunity, it's a late call-up, and it's an interesting matchup, this.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the blue corner of the ring, Ian Butcher.
Well, here comes Ian Butcher. He's supposed to be in action against Scott Allen in what was going to be a Celtic title contest. Butcher didn't make weight, and it was Allen who was pulled, and Butcher still gets his opportunity. Strange, only in boxing. But it has become a little bit of a recurring theme for Butcher, and there will be people wondering about why. However, here he is. We know he's got bags of talent, and I was so impressed with his fortitude in the face of a really talented Cash Farouk when we were here back in November. There you can see he's 3 years younger, much more experience. Ian Butcher with the 18 wins, just the 4 defeats, never been stopped. Carl McDonald likewise, despite the fact he's lost 2 so far, very early on in his career. But a bit of a result last time up, and he comes into this on a roll now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this contest is scheduled for 6 rounds in a featherweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He officially weighed in at 9 stone 5 pounds with a professional record of 5 wins and 2 losses. From Dublin, Ireland, Please welcome Carl the Cobra McDonald. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner, he officially weighed in at 9 stone 3 pounds with a professional record of 80 wins, 5 by way of knockout and 4 losses. From Jervison, Motherwell, Scotland, please welcome Ian Butcher. Your referee at the bell, Kenny Pringle.
Well, local man, isn't he, Ian Butcher? Sold some tickets, and here he is getting the opportunity to balk in the same ring where, of course, he was up in that British title fight against Cash Farouk back in November. And Barry, that night he was up against another of Scotland's real talents at the moment in the shape of Farouk, and it was a hard night for him, but he really did stick to it.
Well, that's the sort of fight, isn't he? Oh, good shot. Lovely left hand there.
Was that a body shot?
Left hand over the top there from McDonald.
Wow.
Out of nowhere. He was just skipping around to the left like nothing was happening. All of a sudden then. I don't know, it was so quick, I don't know if he called Butcher square on, but it was a fantastic little left hand.
He's just on a bit of a roll. He won an Irish title previously held by Paul Hyland last time out. That was in November as well, himself. He's come out swinging. He's a sort of difficult guy to quite know how good he is.
Good body shot as well there from McDonald.
And another body shot getting in, sneaking around the left side.
But what is still more importantly, but Butcher was full of confidence coming forward, trying to stamp his authority on the fight from the offset. It just made him a little bit more tentative.
And instead it's McDonald's the one who looks. Oh, he landed another shot. He completely turned Butcher there.
What's happening as well, Butcher's throwing that right hand over the top, and he's bringing the right foot forward, squaring himself up. And McDonald's credit, he's seeing that, and just a little shot there and spinning off the ropes.
A wink to his corner as well. McDonald, I think he's enjoying the first couple of minutes.
And that's it, left hook there from Butcher.
And back comes McDonald with a couple to the side of the body. This is a really interesting opening round, this. Little nods from McDonald there as Butcher landed one.
Oh, the right hand.
Well, he tried it the first time, the right hand. He didn't quite land, so he went again, Butcher, and he did get a result that time. Butcher goes homing in on that same shot. I'll tell you what a start, what a round this has been. It's intriguing.
Nice fast hands there from McDonald off the ropes. Butcher just a little bit short with that right hand, and McDonald just burst. Nothing on the shots, but the scoring punch is all the same.
Butcher's warmed up, hasn't he, after that terrible start. A really good last minute of the round for Butcher, but the damage was done early.
Damage certainly was done early. It'd be nice to see it again, to see how exactly it went about. It was so quick and so early in the round.
I just saw Butcher's mouth there, but he said he caught me off balance.
He squares up and he throws that right hand, see? There you go, it's a good shot though. It's on the temple there, little left hook on the temple, that's what's put him down. Good body shot there as well, we're seeing there from McDonald. He's fighting quite well off the ropes there, spinning Butcher. And again, Butcher squaring that right foot where he throws, squaring up, he brings that right foot forward when he throws the right hand. And that's allowing, every now and again, McDonald let those hands go and spin him off the ropes. This is later on the round there where Butcher got a little bit more success. He found a bit of range with that right hand and so made the round a little bit closer, but still, you know, with that knockdown, you've got to be at a 10-8 to McDonald and a fantastic start.
And bearing in mind, it's talking about a 6-round fight, so It's potentially a big impact on the cards. But there was enough, I think, in perhaps the remaining minute of that contest to suggest that they both could have the successes here.
It's obviously Butcher's got to stay nice and low, keep rolling underneath the shots, constant head movement, and firing that right hand over the top where he got success. That's obviously what he needs to do. And for McDonald, I think a few more feints with the feet, trying to draw, encourage Butcher to come forward. And then when he makes a little bit of mistake, you counter him with fast counters over the top.
Well, I think the important thing now for Butcher's forget sort of what weight is his future going to be in. I think that the most important thing now is just to get a win.
Yeah.
Challenge for the British title, of course, in 3 different ways, didn't he?
Unbelievable.
Barry, fly, super fly, and then bantam last time out when we saw him. Nice shot. He's got the bit between his teeth, I think, Butcher.
That's good there from McDonald. Butcher again, just squaring himself up, and McDonald just a little pivot off.
He's done that a couple of times, hasn't he? He's made Butcher miss, and then he's punished him. And again, they're both having the success, and you can see a scenario where both of them can win this.
Just doing a little bit of the better work inside, though, is Butcher. When they're getting close, he's working, trying to work away. McDonald's trying to tie him up.
It's amazing to think it was nearly 6 years ago that night when he fought Satchel Barry. You and I were there at the Echo Arena. That seems a long time ago, doesn't it? That was a bit of a squeaker for Satchel, just edged him that night. I think that we went away that night thinking, well, it's only a matter of time for Butcher. He gets in with a couple of left hands of his own. He looked quite sort of solid.
Just a little uppercut there from Butcher in close. Just needs to get a bit of space there, McDonald. Let his hands go.
Butcher's definitely, I think, outworking McDonald in this round. Yeah, making him miss a couple of times there, Butcher, and getting home with his own shots, and that's a good round for him. That's an important round for him.
Yeah, it is more than just winning the round, which I think he did, but just looked a bit comfortable. Then he coming forward, looked a bit comfortable, at close range, let his hands go, and a knockdown. It wasn't exactly a flash knockdown, but it wasn't something that scrambled the senses, and I think he's obviously recovered quite well from that. And no panic in his work, and that's good to see. And McDonald's still in the fight. I think he had little pockets of success himself. I just think he allowed Butcher to stay too close to him. Need to get a bit of distance, let his hands go. That's a good right hand there, we're seeing there from Butcher up close. But when he squares his feet up, when he brings that right foot forward, when he misses with that right hand, McDonald, for the most part, makes him pay for it. So still intriguing fight where mistakes are being paid for.
Seconds out, round 3.
You know he can do rounds, McDonald. He went 10 back in November when we overcame Dylan McDonough for that title.
And a sharp left hook there from McDonald.
I think the template's kind of set here, isn't it? Butcher coming forward.
It is,
but apply the pressure.
It is, but McDonald's using his footwork to just produce a bit of distance in between the two, and then it's a little bit more comfortable for him. He can have those longer shots go, and he's having a bit more success here. And Butcher's just got to close the gap a little bit quicker. But the important thing for Butcher, even when he's not having success, even when he's not landing his shots, is just trying to keep McDonald under pressure, keep him thinking, keep that front foot in the centre of his stance, making him feel uncomfortable. Good start to the round so far, though, here from McDonald.
Yeah, he just picked him up. He actually cupped that left hook of Butcher's, and he took it on the glove and then came back with his little jab. And again, McDonald picking him off.
Just waiting too long, isn't he? Butcher let his hands go, and McDonald, nothing massive landing from him, but all little peppering shots, just picking up the points.
And both landing hooks to the body there.
Lovely there from McDonald. See that just little lean back, making Butcher miss and come back with a 3-punch combination. This is where he has to work now, Butcher, when he's in close. Unless the wheels come off in this round, I think he had a really good round here, hasn't he, McDonald?
Yeah,
He's looked nice and comfortable to me.
Yeah, I think it is one of those rounds, Barry, though, just because of the different... nice right hand there from Butcher. But because of the difference in styles, it is the sort of round I think some people are attracted to a different thing. You know, Butcher's coming forward. Is he landing anything?
Well, I don't think he threw enough.
Picking him off on the back foot. McDonald, how effective was he? Those are the sort of questions people will ask when you have that scenario.
I can understand that, but I think Butcher did also. He's the one coming forward. He didn't throw any punches. I think McDonald there was looked quite comfortable, moved around the ring quite well. I mean, made Butcher miss and then go with 3-punch combinations quite fast. And it was, it's not a load of weight behind the shots, but the scoring punches. And I think he used his footwork to create distance between him and Butcher. And for me now, he's a few points up now after only 3 rounds.
You just have the sense coming into this that he's a guy with ability and maybe with a slightly different matching early on in his career. He might have been a kind of prospect.
Yeah, of course, yeah. The best punch of the round was from Butcher, that right hand over the top. But for me, I think it was quite easy to score that round for McDonald.
Here we go then into the next. I suppose these days we kind of say that a defeat shouldn't really mean this or that.
Oh, nice.
But for Butcher trying to maneuver himself into some good fights, and
McDonald went and saw the body shot there. I think Butcher got the first there with the left hook over the top for me.
And he managed to finish off that combo with the right hand upstairs, but it sort of all started in the midriff.
Oh, lovely there from McDonald again. Butcher just waiting too long to let his hands go, and then McDonald then throwing a nice right hand through the guard. And again, there's little 3-punch combinations. 2 missed, but the 1 landed, and he spun off the target. Butcher's doing all the pressure, but it's not effective enough. He's not making it. When he's getting in the range, he's not making it pay for himself. Not letting his hands go enough.
There's a couple of little cheeky counters being landed up close there for McDonald.
Oh, there's a nice good left hook there from Butcher.
Butcher is trying to work the body. He's trying to slow McDonald down.
2 body shots there from Butcher, and a nice little left to go to the top back from McDonald.
Not quite been able to pin him down yet.
Oh, nice uppercut there from Butcher. Oh, look at that though, back from McDonald, lovely work.
Both having the success in this round.
They are, but McDonald needs to get back on his toes, that constant movement. That's what he needs to keep doing. Nice left hook to the body there from Butcher.
Yeah, McDonald is trying to kind of match him here for strength and punch output. Yeah, good solid round that between the pair of them. I wonder if Butcher feels that what he's doing is working.
It was a close around that one, for sure. But Butcher started a little bit earlier, and I think he had some success, and the best shots of the round come from him. But I still think maybe possibly that the movement and the busier fighter is still McDonald. To see it there off the ropes. So if he misses, he come back with 3-punch combination. It's just maybe there might be a bit more quality on the work of Butcher. It's a close round that one. I mean, for me though, I just think Butcher needs to be busier when he gets it. He's putting pressure on all the time, but he's landing some good shots, but I think he just needs to let his hands go more like this, continuous.
Yeah, hard round to score that. Into round 5 then. And of course after that first round, 10-8. Carl McDonald. And so Butcher might just need a strong finish here.
That's it, come on. Double that jab.
Either way, I think McDonald's shown what he's capable of.
Of course, yeah, he's in a good operator here, isn't he? So, you know, who's competitive at British level.
As you see Lee McGregor's over the other side of the ring, Barry. Oh, nice body shot, man.
I was about to say that McDonald's trying to show his strength here, but he doesn't need to do that. You just got to do what you do, what's working for you, and that's the constant movement, changing direction. And then it's up to Butcher then to close the gap. There's a nice left hook there from Butcher. And again, little body shot there from him.
Butcher trying to make McDonald work. Not necessarily landing loads, that was better. He's got through with a couple of body shots in this round.
Back on your jab. That's it. Jab hook. Jab hook on the hand.
Oh, lovely shot from Butcher.
No respite, no let up from Butcher.
And again, nice little left hook, right hook, left hook there from Butcher. Again, McDonald doesn't need to be there. Oh, nice right handle there from McDonald. And then just trying to turn Butcher there, but Butcher went with him.
Oh, and a lovely body shot, another one getting through from Butcher. He's landed 3 or 4 of those in this round. Been a solid pace this throughout.
It has, yeah.
Closing seconds. More body shots getting through from Butcher.
It's been busier in this round, I think.
Yeah.
For me, Butcher.
Yeah.
And better quality in the work as well.
Well, Potentially, he might have needed that round and the last to give himself a big argument here. I must admit, the third and fourth, I've stopped scoring, Barry. I'm leaving it up to you.
There's been a couple of close rounds. I think that last one and fourth was close as well, but I split them both. I gave one to the one fighter, so I got Butcher right now, 2 points up going into the sixth round.
McDonald.
No, I got Butcher. Yeah, McDonald. Sorry, I got McDonald in.
I wonder what the feeling is in that corner. Final round. Butcher must get down to business. Nice couple of shots landed early on from Butcher. Oh, lovely shot that from Butcher. His defence has been better actually at the start of this round.
But he needs that constant pressure, that even not just with the feet, but you've got to let his hands go when he gets anywhere near close to range now. Butcher. Not allow McDonald to get any sort of rhythm to his work. It's good. That's good there from Butcher there. Nice little roll inside. Makes it hard for McDonald to fire back, but also gives him a little different angle for attack as well.
Yeah, you've got to credit Butcher for the kind of work he's put in, particularly the last sort of 2 rounds at least, maybe 3.
And this is a round he needs as well, and might be a round that McDonald needs maybe if some of those rounds, closer rounds went the other way.
Nice couple of shots back from McDonald.
That's been the feature for him, I think. When he's on the ropes under pressure, he sometimes fires back like that. Nice straight shots, pushing him back. Sort of a Carl Frampton sort of combination, isn't it? Good shot.
We've got a good glimpse into the skill set of McDonald.
That's good though there from Butcher, that's jumping in with the left hand. Well, he's had a little bit of a fight back in the last sort of 30 seconds or so, hasn't he? McDonald.
Still the final half minute could decide this. I think it was the first 30 seconds of the whole fight that potentially might decide the outcome.
Yes, you're right.
Still Butcher's coming forward. Well, he had the first half of this last round was all Butcher, and then I think the second half of the round, the boxing of McDonald has been good. He's the one who punches the air. No real response yet from Butcher. He goes across to the other corner to touch gloves. I wonder how the ref has seen this over 6 rounds.
Well, again, it's I think that 4th round was a very close round. But for me, I think McDonald's that knockdown, and I think a couple of those rounds where he was continuously fighting back, but Butcher was pushing the pace, looking to put McDonald under pressure, but maybe not letting his hands go enough. I think that maybe cost him the fight. But listen, and that's not to say that McDonald was fantastic. I think he coped with the pressure of Butcher really well, as best as he could. Had a few rocky moments, obviously, where Butcher was letting his hands go. No one looked in real trouble. And the quality probably really came from Butcher, but I think the quantity was from McDonald, and for me, I got him winning the fight.
Well, let's see what the man with the fight has made of all of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the 6th ring rounds, we go to the scorecards. Referee scores the bout 58 points to 56 points in favor of your winner, Ian Butcher.
Butcher by 2 points.
McDonald.
I find, I don't argue with the winner because I just cut a close round to go the other way and then he gets the win, that's fine. But being knocked, having a 2-point round in the first round, he didn't win almost everything else, you know what I mean? I think it was been unlucky there, maybe, McDonald. I don't dispute the winner so much because it was a couple of close rounds in the middle, but I thought McDonald just did enough.
Well, maybe the maths didn't add up, but a close fight goes the way of Butcher despite a horrific, terrible start for him. In the eyes of the referee, he's managed to pull it out of the bag. Well, we're going to move on. We've got 3 more for you. David Brophy to come, Michael McGurk in action as well. Looking forward to that. That could be a cracking fight. And next up, Kieran Smith, the big, tall, talented super welter. Let's hear more about him.
6'2", southpaw, fights super welterweight. I've said.
What more do you want?
Basically started in this boxing gym 15 years ago. It's only 5 miles from my house. I live in Hart Hill. I got up to trouble just the same as every other young boy does, but I wasn't especially bad or anything like that. And then I by the time I was 14, 15, I never had time to get into trouble. I was in here all the time. It is my life, to be honest. A lot of people talk about it like they're about it, but I really am about it. I'm in here every single day.
Tell me about winning your first pro title in your last fight.
Be honest, I felt probably a bit disappointment. I got knocked down with a silly knockdown. I was never hurt, but I had to change and adapt tactics and stuff like that. But I'd brainwashed myself so much and I'd put so much into the training that I'd told myself if I was going to win the title, I had to be in a 10-round war. I kind of coasted through and never really got out of second gear, and I think that was more to do with my disappointment. I'm 25. I want to push on. I want to see how far I can go in boxing. I want to see if I've got what it takes to be at the top, and if no, go out and get a job.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to mention, our after party tonight is in district. Our after party is in district. Making his way to the red corner of the ring, Jan Ballard.
Well, here comes the man from the Czech Republic. He's here well into his mid-30s and beyond. Now 36 he is, Jan Ballard. Been around for quite a while. We've seen plenty of him. 7 years ago he went the distance with Jason Welborn over 10 rounds. That seems an absolute lifetime ago. He's on a long extended losing sequence. He's lost 13 off his last 14 over the last 2 years, but he has campaigned around this weight and a little higher, and it's a question of how much resistance does he have. I think an opportunity for Kieran Smith to look good tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the blue corner of the ring, Kieran Smith.
Well, Kieran Smith's had to refocus, all part of being a pro, but a very late replacement, Jan Ballard, after Adam Harper was supposed to be in the other corner. So it is a late change-up for Kieran Smith, and I think he said he's just got to stay focused. And he was involved in a a real interesting fight against Evaldus Korsakas back in November when we were here. A little bit of adversity early on that night, but he got better as the bout progressed, and he'll be looking to use that as a springboard tonight. He's got so much size and scope and talent, and looking forward to seeing if he uses all of that tonight. And here you'll see with both of them campaigning at light middleweight. Actually, he's 157 tonight, 11 stone 3, just a pound lighter than Balog, who came in at 11 stone 4. But he's unbeaten in 13, almost half of them by KO. And will he use his assets tonight, Kieran Smith?
Ladies and gentlemen, this contest is scheduled for 8 rounds in a super welterweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He officially weighed in at 11 stone and 4 pounds with a professional record of 12 wins, 7 by way of knockout. From the Czech Republic, please welcome Jan Balog. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner. He officially weighed in at 11 stone, 7 pounds, with a professional record of 13 wins, 6 by way of knockout, and no losses. From Green Rig, Scotland, please welcome Kieran Chopper Smith. Your referee at the bell, Kevin McIntyre.
Let's keep it clean. Obey my command at all time. Defend yourself all time. Touch gloves. Let's go to work.
Well, there won't be many light middle super welters the scope and size of Kieran Chopper Smith, that's for sure. Barry, we've seen him a couple of times, haven't we? We've commentated on him at ringside. A little bit of a scare against the much improved Evaldus Korsakas, who we're going to see in action at the top of the bill. Still to come.
The real question is, where does the nickname Chopper come from? That's all I'm asking.
We'll ask him.
Does he fire, chop down with the right hand? Does he have a punch power?
Well, he's definitely got the punch power, that's for sure. And I think, oh, lovely body shot.
Well, you say you won't get many fighters like that, but look at Munguia, the WBO champion, Jared Hurd, the IBF champion.
Actually, in this division,
yeah.
there are a few freaks. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely right. But he's overcome loads of sort of physical adversity, Smith. It's only sort of 2.5, nearly 3 years ago that he had not 1 but 2 knee surgeries, loads of problems with torn cartilages as he catches his man. And now he's trying to vary it up. He's had problems with his hands, but all of that helped out thanks to intensive physio and ongoing physio as well. He's indebted to the help he's been getting in Uddingston from the Flanagans.
And he's using that reach really well, especially with the hooks and the uppercuts, especially with that left hand from the southpaw stance. It's going right through the guard.
And getting through early on is a question of how is that going to impact upon the way that Balog goes about it now.
I don't think he doesn't have the strength to even hold on. How close is he there, Balog?
It's good to see. Oh, lovely jab. So he looks pretty focused, intent, and business-like through this opening round.
Yeah, he does, because you're all hyped up for a real test, a proper title fight. And it was a really good match on paper, wasn't it?
Oh, he hurt him with that body shot. Immediately reached down as if he wanted to extend the waistline briefly. Oh, lovely shot again. His timing's excellent.
And he keeps that right foot nice and long. And it whips across. That's what the acceleration in the shot, the velocity in the punch more than the power, real whips it across the chin.
Yeah, he's looking sharp, Smith. This is exactly what you want to see. Yeah, shake of the head from Balog at the end of that first round. That's a pretty hard first round for him, and it was a sharp 3 minutes there from Kieran Smith.
He looks sharp and focused, really for the offsets, you know. Balog doesn't have the physical stature or strength or anything really to worry him. He'd be able to get the body shots in from so far out that Balog can't even fire back when he's under pressure, and they can't hold on. Yeah, that's a good shot. Caught him swinging as well. He did well to survive there, Balog. Did well to have the sense to get on his bike and look for a bit of space to conduct himself, to compose himself, I should say. But yeah, he was quite sharp in that row, wasn't he, Smith?
And he's looking to put some meat behind the shots too, Smith.
Almost 10 seconds. Seconds up. Round 2.
So into the second round then, scheduled for 8, this one. The 50th professional round of Kieran Smith's fledgling career. He is into bout number 14 tonight. I think he was pleased to have a couple of months off over Christmas as well. Maybe just taper things down, Barry. It'd been quite a sort of busy 2018 for him. He had quite a few fights in a sequence of months.
Yeah, it's nice to have a good break, because it's not the fights. You know, you fight every week if you can, but it's the training that takes a lot out of your body, and also the discipline, because you're watching your diet, and it's not just getting fit. Getting fit's fun to an extent. When you have to diet and taper that down right, then you know, mentally it's frustrating.
There's a nice right hand to the body there from Smith too.
Well, it looks like a light heavyweight versus a featherweight, doesn't it, really? A chubby featherweight at that, but you know, just looks so much bigger. And he's boxing like a guy so much bigger. He's comfortable wherever in any part of the ring he's at. He just looks and feels really comfortable. Nice.
At least Balog's trying something different this round. I think he knows he just can't afford to stand off and let Smith pick him off and dictate terms as he was doing.
But Smith's you know, volunteering to get close. That's the difference. You know, he's not being Balog's not really forcing him to close the range. He's happy that it go close, but he wants to whip that uppercut through the middle. There it was again.
I suppose although the late change of opponent, he'd gone through all the work, so he was perfectly prepared, Smith.
Yeah,
you want to come out and show what you can do.
It's hard, but you know, you've got to count yourself lucky you're still on the bill, because I've seen time and time again fights fall through and you don't get no work. So he gets rid of a little bit of frustration and a bit of tension, and all that work hasn't gone to waste.
Yeah, 4 months on, he has his first outing of the new season, kickstarts his boxing year.
And luckily for him, he's in a fantastic weight division where there's opportunities from European level right down to area level. So, you know, there's plenty of fights out there for him to be made.
Yeah, loads going on, isn't it?
But as well as he's boxing, that was a terrible little... he tried to do a little impression there, Billy Joe Saunders. The little... watching the punch. He sort of did it half-heartedly there, Smith.
He didn't commit. Otherwise, he's looked pretty sharp. The green rig man.
And he's using that right jab as well quite well, because he knows he got the vision and the hand speed and the foot speed to get out of trouble if needed against Balog. He just poured him with that jab, just judging his distance. So he can, and he's not fighting a straight left through, he's fighting the left uppercut through. There you go, there's that half-hearted Billy Joe Saunders mimic. Shame on you, Kieran Smith.
Seconds out. Round 3.
Here we go then into round 3. Because he went 10 rounds, and they were 10 hard rounds against
what happened there?
Korsakis. He's not got his gum shield.
He has, he's got a hair in his mouth. That's one of the weirdest things I've seen in the ring, and that's saying something.
No, it's not come from this side of the ropes.
I'm not.
It's okay, let it go.
Let it go. No, it's not let it go, no. Let it go. I shaved my head. There is hair on my head, it's just all on the back.
Oh, that was a hell of a right hand to the body from Smith. And plenty of that body to aim at. I actually thought the second round, Balog made it a little more difficult for him.
I just think that Smith was happy to get in close because he felt the strength of Balog. I don't think. And then because he is close, Balog is letting his hands go, but I think Smith's just not even worried what's coming back.
And he just traded left hands.
He worked him out really quick in the first round, so he knew that he could go forward or get in close or box from range. A good net right hook.
Just missed him, I think, with that right hook landing properly.
If he follows through with the left, there's a bit of a push there. If he follows through with the after he throws that long right hook, if he follows through with the left uppercut, then comes back with another right hook, it could be the end of Balog.
I think you're right, Barry. He's happy to stay in range, but he's thinking about his defence too. He's trying to slip shots and come back with really sharp, fast counters.
Using the jab well.
Is there anything specifically you'd like to see him do to open up Balog?
No, I think he's doing fine. He worked the uppercuts from range. I just think when he lands with the one shot, just finish off with a combination. So when he throw that uppercut, you be nice, smooth, rhythmic motion. Turn from the waist a bit more, and then you'll come back with the other hand. Then, so if you pull the right uppercut, the left hook will come back, and vice versa.
He's putting loads into these shots. And I'll tell you what, he's getting closer and closer with that right hand, that right hook.
Turning the screw a little bit now, isn't he?
Ooh. Just narrowly missed with that setup. And there's Barry's point again. He's happy to stay in range and just deflect any of those shots coming his way. Little look out into the crowd there. Smith, he knows it's all one-way traffic.
It's very, very easy for him. He's just got to be careful not to just sit on his laurels too much and make the fight too repetitive, every round the same. So just try and vary it up a little bit, just to sell himself a win. It's a fight that he almost can't lose, to be honest. So just try and set and get a stoppage is fantastic, but there's a need out, just a little bit of variety every now and again, just to keep people a little bit more interested. You know, you got a late replacement, and it's difficult for him, difficult for obviously the guy, because the guy just come, just to survive really. And he's done some really good work with Smith in stages. Just got to be careful he doesn't just relax too much and let it be too repetitive every round the same. This then people will get bored and you get criticised for it, unjustly so, but that's just the way it works. So every now and again, bursts of injections of pace in his work, different flurries of combinations, and that'll just keep everyone interested, and also keep selling himself then, because he's in a great division where bigger fights will be on the horizon for him. The Harper fight, I'm sure that'll be rescheduled if it can.
And of course, in the same division as Michael McGurk is coming up against his old adversary from the last time out, in the shame of Korsakis.
So I'm sure he has to stay ringside, Smith, and have a real look at that and see how he does compared to how he did. And Just a little bit. It sounded impressive, that shot. Just, he hit him with the open hand of the glove there. Smith.
Yeah, ended up catching him on the arm as well.
Oh, there's a good left hand though.
He's trying to prise open the Czech.
He's worked the jab well tonight as well, Kieran Smith. And that just gives him, you know, the judgment of distance before he moves forward and mounts any sort of attack. And also he measures Balog then for that uppercut.
Oh, that was a nice right hand got through. And Balog just happy to cover up on the ropes. Maybe a bit more body work. I think that when the gloves are so high, there's been one or two opportunities.
Yeah, and this is, he's boxing fine. He's controlling everything. Oh, it's a lovely right hook.
Balog's trying everything to buy himself a bit of time. Oh, he's hurt him. Right hand to the body. Just that sort of moment of freeze from the Czech man.
Well, he almost turned away to say that's enough, didn't he, for a minute? Looked like.
And he's caught him twice there again, and fair play to him, he's not buckled. We literally moments ago called for the body attack, and then it's come.
That was good there. He just sort of feinted with the jab and threw a little right hook over the top there, Smith.
And again, getting through with a couple of heavy shots.
He needs to bring him up now. He's in close there, Smith.
Yeah, it was a good round for him. He gives him a bit of a stare at the end of it. And he's starting to get through with some of those meteor shots.
And at the end of the round, showed a little bit of different variety in his work, just a little bit more. So he's going around the right way. He could maybe throw his punches in threes a little bit, just be a little bit smoother. You want to be really critical, but he's massively dominant and doing what he wants to do. Setting his feet a little bit to get a bit more purchase in some of those shots as well. He's boxing well. And he's put Balog in his place quite early. I don't know how good this guy could be, how competitive he could be. I don't think he would be very competitive. But Smith hasn't given the opportunity to do that. He put him on the back foot from the offset, and he's dictated the pace, and he's bullied him around the ring for 4 rounds.
And that's the first round where he's made an impact. And fair play to Balog, because it looked like he might be in a bit of trouble. He just the whole body froze, and he just lilted to one side, almost like a ship that was about to capsize. And then he bobbed up on top of the water again. Working behind the jab into this 5th round.
Sorry, you lost me there. Some little ship and bobbing up and down on the water. What was that?
Yes, yeah. Don't worry, you come back. Oh, yes. And he really is trying to make an impact, Smith. He is trying to get him out of there.
Yeah, no, he really is. And these fights are hard because he's on a hiding for nothing, Smith. Because, you know, if he doesn't, like, absolutely dominate this guy, then he gets criticised. And the guy, you know, can you not beat a guy who's half his size and, you know, a bit out of shape? And if the guy, and if he does blast him out early, then people go, oh well, you know, you should have, you know, it was a mismatch. You can't win. Whatever he does, he can't win.
Good jab again from Smith.
And if somehow Balog makes it half competitive, then he gets criticised for not being good enough.
You know, again, working behind that long jab of his.
He's kept his focus well, to be honest, Smith. in a fight where nothing's coming back, so you can sort of forget sometimes, and people get clipped because of that. Because nothing comes back, you almost forget about your defence.
Yeah, it's a shame though that obviously the Harper fight is falling through, because you can see how sharp he looks,
Yeah.
and obviously how well training's gone.
And I know he's dictating the pace, so it makes it easier. But his fitness looks quite well, because he's been a frantic pace, of course, but it's been a busy-ish enough pace, and he's been planting his feet and throwing some power shots, which takes it out of you. And he looks he got a few rounds left in him. So
Yeah, and doing those rounds is no harm to him at all. He's only done that 10-rounder last time up when we saw him, 1 8-rounder, 1 6-rounder.
So it's lovely.
Oh, the
good shot.
fantastic shot. Well, he 3 left hands, and then he just stepped back against the ropes and found that the most powerful of all the combination. I think, is he going to sit this out? Oh, he's back up, Balog. You see he's got a big welt above his right eye. And looks across to his corner, and he's starting to get opened up, and he just sees and hears the bell. He's right above us, Barry, shaking his head again.
he needed 10 more seconds, and that was going to get stopped. That really was. Beautiful shot though there, Smith off the ropes there. Really good shot. I was just about to say, it's just so easy for him now. You can almost forgive him for switching off, but he's standing in at range there, just blocking shots with his shoulders and his forearms, fighting at will. And then when he's on the ropes there, he feels quite comfortable off the ropes. And just see like a nice little hook now that puts Balog on his knees there. He just doesn't see it coming. Leans forward. Actually, it's a nice little straight left over the top, and I think the corner's pulled him out.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. He just kind of shaking his head a few times. It was quite a heavy shot that he walked into. He was leaning into it at the same time as Smith sort of leaned back and came powerfully forward once again. And now he's pausing for some shots, and he's got sort of 5 or 6 rounds under his belt. He's got paid, and he's got a stoppage that he was winding up towards. He had to look good against an opponent like that, but he did.
He looked good. He looked sharp, and he obviously he was against pretty much, let's be honest, a walking punchback. That's what he was up against. But you still got to do the work, and you get criticised if you don't look dominant. You get criticised if you don't get him out of there. And I think he kept his composure. Mentally, he was on point. His fitness looked pretty good. He was putting good weight behind his shots, and I thought he boxed quite well, considering that a big letdown from a good fight he had on paper. He had coming up to this, and I thought he kept his composure and everything quite well. I think the bigger fights await him, and we look forward when he's in a real competitive fight.
Okay, let's get confirmation of it now with Terry.
Ladies and gentlemen, this contest came to an end at the end of round 5 due to a red corner retirement. Declaring your winner, Kieran Smith!
It's win number 14 then for Kieran Smith, as expected, given the late change of opponent, but he got some rounds in, he got the work, he got paid, and he also increased his stoppage percentage to exactly 50%. There will be tougher assignments. Maybe the Harper contest can be rescheduled, but it's a buzzing division anyway, and maybe we'll get to the bottom of that nickname as well with our Sophia, who's now with Chopper.
Kieran, congratulations, your 14th pro fight, you remain unbeaten. He was a bit of a tricky customer, wasn't he? An unexpected ending as well.
It was tough and durable, to be honest, more than anything else.
Nearly 60 fights under his belt, so it's good experience for you.
There's not much you can take away from fights like that. It keeps me busy. I just want to say a big massive thanks to MTK Global for getting me out. I was supposed to be on a 10-rounder from a WBC belt. Things fell through 6 days ago. MTK still managed to get me a fight in this 8-rounder. So I'll just say a massive thanks to him for that. They didn't have to do it, and they did. And there would have been a lot of disappointed fans if it never came off.
You picked up the Silver International WBC belt recently. Obviously keen to add the full belt to your collection.
Of course, I want to just keep gaining momentum. I'm not standing here saying like I'm going to be world champion in 3 fights. I just want to gain that momentum, and MTK can do that with me. And people have got round about me, and just take care of like one fight at a time, just gradually moving up the ladder. One day,
Climbing the WBC rankings.
That's it, climbing WBC rankings, and hopefully one day get to the top. You know what I mean? That's the dream.
Well, since signing with MTK Global, you've been very, very active. 3 fights in 3 months. Hopefully more of the same.
4 fights in 6 months.
Oh yeah.
I had 3 fights in 3 months just before Christmas. That's the first one in Scotland. Since they opened their new Scotland branch, like it's became massive here. You can see with the crowd and stuff like that. It's just gaining momentum all the time, and we just keep getting bigger and bigger fights on the shows, and
a great platform to showcase your skills.
Of course, like with the TV and stuff like that. Being on iFilm this time, it just a big massive platform where I never ever had that before. So it's really good.
Listen, congratulations again on the win and remaining unbeaten. Well done. And over to the MC, Terry.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the red corner of the ring, Vladimir Paluski.
Moving on to our next, then, our co-feature with David Brophy in action against this guy, Vladimir Paluski, the Slovak, who's now based in Ireland as it happens. Here he is across the sea. Now, the Slovak rebel, he calls himself, in action tonight against the Calder crew man, the local ticket seller, David Brophy.
Corner of the ring, David Brophy.
Well, as ever, he sold a few tickets, David Brophy, and interesting, his weight tonight at 171 pounds. He's only 3 above the super middleweight limit, and that looks to be where he has designs again, having campaigned on his comeback as a light heavyweight. But it looks like they're going to be targeting the super middles, and maybe even Zach Parker at British level. Here he is, 5 years the older man, but much more experienced. He's only had the 7 fights as Paluski, but Brophy, he's already challenged the British title level, looking for a tilt there once again, and this is a stepping stone along that path.
Ladies and gentlemen, this contest is scheduled for 6 rounds in a super middleweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He officially weighed in at 12 stone 3 1/2 pounds with a professional record of 5 wins, 5 knockouts, 1 loss and 1 draw. From Mitchelstown, Ireland, please welcome Vladimir, the Slovak Rebel Paluski. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner. He officially weighed in at 12 stone 7 pounds with a professional record of 21 wins, 4 by way of knockout, 2 losses and 1 draw. From Calder, Scotland, please welcome David Brophy. Your referee at the bell, Kevin McIntyre.
First outing then in 2019 for Calder Crew's David Brophy, who's just been sort of slipping a few pounds back down towards super middle with every encounter so far. He was up 175 pounds last August, 173 back in November, and 171 tonight, Barry. And you think that seems like the right move for him?
For me, if he can make the weight safely, I think super middleweight is where he'd be most effective. For me, I think light heavyweight, they're big. They're really big.
And already with a couple of wins around that weight as he's been rebuilding. And of course, they only lost a couple of times, and obviously to good fighters, Rocky Fielding and George Groves.
And a few problems here, though.
Yeah, oh. A couple of winging shots coming in from Beluski.
I think he's had a good start, Beluski. I think for me, I just think when Brophy's on the ropes here, you gotta have that pendulum motion. You gotta stay low and roll.
Well,
Just blocking, staying upright and blocking with the arms. No, these big fellas that punch through the guard, so you gotta keep rolling that body.
He started confidently, Beluski. He looks a bit of a lump too.
He does, doesn't he? Yeah.
He has won 3 out of 3, all by stoppage.
Good body shot there from Brophy with the right hand.
Good guard from Brophy. He knows he's in a fight.
It's the right idea there from Brophy. He missed with the body, the right idea. I think he got an unusually long reach, hasn't he, Beluski? I think you think it in a safe distance, but somehow he gets that right hand on target. He's very loose with the punches as well, so he gets the full distance on them.
Yeah, a bit kind of wide, although he gets through with that.
Yeah, and there
right
again with the right hand.
A little sort of welt on the left cheekbone of Brophy.
He's got to step in with that jab there, David Brophy. Could have got the shorter reach. He's got to take a little stab with the front foot when he throws that left jab, and then bring it back, and the foot back as well. Lazy jab there, and a good right hand there from Beluski again.
Nod of approval as they touch gloves at the end of that round, and perhaps not as plain sailing as Brophy might have imagined.
More than not plain sailing. I think he got buzzed early on in the round, to be fair, but he takes a good shot, and he composed himself. But I think Beluski, just making him pay for some silly mistakes he was making there. Brophy just needs to switch on a little bit now, I feel. And for me, I think Beluski had a really good start to the round, and in the middle of it, I think Brophy got back into it a little bit, but then I think Beluski finished the round stronger, and for me, I thought he won that round relatively clear as well, to be fair. Sort of awkward, nice smooth rhythm to his punches. I mean, Brophy just couldn't get into his rhythm. There you go, see that left hand low, right hand over the top. You got to stab with that front foot and the front hand. Got to be in unison, move in and out together there for David Brophy.
He clipped him with 3 pretty hefty right hands in that sequence.
Good right hand there from Brophy out of the gate. He did good work there, Brophy. Double jab, missed with the jab, but landed with the right hand. Then he stood in front of Beluski there and had to take it back. Didn't take a pivot, take a different angle out. Just stood in front of him and then just waiting for the punches to come back, and they did. So it's not always about what you actually throw. Good right hand there from Beluski.
He's square there, Beluski. He walked right onto that. I tell you, he wore it well. That looked the sort of shot that would put you down. And this body shot from Brophy. This has been a good response from him. It was a big step up this for Beluski's first 4 opponents had only had 7 fights between them. So it sort of gives you an idea where he kind of been at it, but he stepped things up recently.
Good jab there from Brophy. That's right, he covers up Brophy, and he covers up quite well, but he just takes too long to fire back, I think, at times. He could take the last shot on his elbow and then fire back with the right hand.
Nearly got caught, Brophy. They were a little short sharp right counter.
Good right hand there from Brophy. And Beluski firing back with a couple of uppercuts.
Yeah, this has got the makings of quite a hard fight.
Yeah.
That was better from Brophy as well. He took that shot on the glove, gets through with his own jab. So impressed with how Beluski took that right hand though, Barry. Oh, he's off balance.
No, just a bit off balance. Yeah, I think the shot span him wrong. To be fair, but I don't think he was hurt. Good left hook there from Beluski again.
Yeah, it's been a good response now in turn from him. Shrugs off the right hand that landed from Brophy.
Oh, lovely uppercut there from Brophy. Lovely right uppercut. Don't want to be losing your shape in front of this fella though. There, Brophy bringing that right foot forward.
Well, that was a good round. It's a good round. Brophy had all the sort of early and mid part of it. Then there was a rally from Beluski. Then a bit more from Brophy at the end. Good round that.
Well, I think Brophy just did enough to nick it, but it was a tight round because some of the standout punches came maybe from Beluski at times. But for me, Brophy just a little bit busier for the most part of it. And you said he had a good start to the round, and yeah, just did enough for me. So that evens it up on my card. You see, in this fight, it's going to be one on who makes the least amount of mistakes.
Yeah, and he's got a kind of unorthodox effectiveness, Beluski.
Yeah, he looks like he's very hard to read, and that's making it difficult for Brophy to get any rhythm in his work because he's not sure what sort of angle the punches are going to come back at.
Just a little bit of blood, I think, from the nostril of Brophy. He really is in amongst it here with this fella. He's only got the one defeat, one draw. I think I might have said 2 defeats. Well, just the one loss, and that was to Roy Sheen, who's actually 5-0 now as well, moving on as a pro. Oh, right hand nearly got through from Beluski. Starts this round with a bit of intent. He's sort of a little bit of a handful, this fella.
Well, he's a nightmare to box. Good right hand there from Brophy. And he's a nightmare to box if you don't carry natural power, which Brophy hasn't got that raw power. And I think that's sometimes, you've got to have real freak footwork sometimes with fighters like this.
I think he's outworking Brophy at the start of this round.
Good again there from Beluski.
The way in the previous round he walked through that right hand, looks like he might be quite solid in the chin department too, although Brophy gets through with the right hand there. He's really having to grit his teeth here, Brophy.
Which he can do, and we've seen it time and time again. He's willing to do that. And
shot! A big right hand.
Oh, caught him as he was throwing as well there. That makes it worse.
I think that was more than off balance here.
No,
this could be a bit of a
caught.
This could be oh, and he fights back, Brophy. Really gritting his teeth. This is a big moment in this fight. Still a minute to go. And then that overhand right hand, he managed to take on the glove, but he's getting a bit marked up, Brophy. There was that early blemish on his cheek. His blood coming out of the right nostril.
This is a hard fight that on paper shouldn't have been a hard fight for him. Let's be honest, up to this point.
And this fella looks solid. He's got it. Oh, gets through another couple here.
Great round for Beluski, really is. Oh, good right hand there again for Beluski.
Oh,
how did he stay from that there, Brophy?
He clipped him twice with right hands. This is the terrible round for David Brophy. He's still got 20 seconds of it to go.
There's been 3 real big shots that he's had to take on the chin there, but he's taken them tremendously well. But he shouldn't be taking these shots. He should be rolling inside the shot and punches. He's still tough. He is to fire back.
Fantastic from Brophy. Clipped him there with an uppercut, but he really has to walk through the pain just to have that little moment of success. And that was a long, hard 3 minutes there, and it was Beluski who came out on the right side of it. It could just come down to conditioning and toughness and who can last it out. And some concerned faces at ringside.
I think there's something wrong with the jaw. So we're watching the replay here, but I'm looking at the corner. I think there's a problem to Brophy's jaw, maybe. I'm not quite sure. But either way, that was a hard round, and he's willing to walk through it, Brophy. But the fact that he is walking on the punches, where really a man of his experience should be having a little bit more guile in his work, I feel. He's toughing it out, and we know he can do that, but I think that the whole thing that the jab hasn't been effective for him, maybe because Beluski has an awkward style. Get that jab into play. I think he's struggled from that.
I think he wants to be on the front foot, Brophy, doesn't he? In that round, it absolutely worked against him.
I couldn't see because Billy Nelson was in the way, but I wasn't sure if it was doing something to his jaw or whether it was just the cheekbone. With the end swell, I wasn't quite sure exactly what was going on, but
he didn't seem to be in any discomfort when he was talking to them.
Good jab there from Beluski as well. Full of confidence now, isn't he?
Well, he's had plenty to get confidence from so far.
Oh, it's good there from Brophy, and a right hand. Doubling up with the left hook. The body shot was a good shot, and the right hand over the top was good. And again with the right hand there from Brophy.
Yeah, and another one. A nod from Brophy as there was one back in that exchange from Beluski. Oh, lovely body shot there from Brophy.
And the 1-2 before it were really good shots. Snapping the head back there to Beluski.
But even through all of this, Barry, you do feel that Beluski has the power to make a difference.
Well, I just think, he's having loads of success now. I think the start of the round was brilliant from Beluski, but now, for me, Brophy's going to come right back into the round. Got to keep this momentum going, just got to be careful he doesn't walk onto anything silly when he is charging forward.
You've got to be so mindful of what's coming back. He's had warning, particularly in that third round.
Keep jabbing.
Oh, nice there from Brophy. Uppercut, left hook.
Thinking about what he's doing.
Just sheer tenacity, isn't it, for this? Taking the round here out of the grasp, really, of Beluski. Oh, good right hand there from Beluski. Real crushing right hand.
Yeah, he landed his own there, Brophy, before that. He had the presence of mind to hang on there. Shows some willfulness from Brophy. And they're swinging with each other. You just fancy someone's going to walk onto one. And that smear of blood coming from the right nostril of Brophy's again.
Great advice there from the corner of Beluski. You punch when he punches, and I think that's right. And he's the heavier hand of the two, and it's worth the gamble.
We know Brophy's fit and well. He's injury-free for I think the first time in ages too. Nice jab getting through. They like that. That was an eye-catching shot. Oh, it's a big effort that from Brophy. Big effort. He had to wear a couple to get something out of that round, but I think he did.
I thought he did enough to nick the round. I think Beluski had a good start, and then Brophy had a really good middle part, and Beluski came back a little bit, but then Brophy gritted his teeth right at the very end there for me and just did enough. But he's having to work so hard to win a round. That's the worrying factor. I think Beluski there still looking a little bit struggling for pace a little bit tired, but he still looks the more comfortable of the two, and he certainly looks the heavier handed. And I think the corner's advice was right. You punch when Brophy punches. You see there, both landed, but it's Beluski whose punches have more of an effect.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
as we know, Brophy's so tough, he bites on that gum shield, and then he's happy to work away.
2 to go. You fancy it might be 2-2, Barry?
I got a 2-2, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was 3-1. I think if it was 3-1, you'd probably favour maybe Beluski, because he's probably winning his rounds a little bit more conclusive maybe than Brophy's winning his. Good fight though.
Hard fight. A little barrage from Beluski at the start of this round.
But he's unorthodox, but he's got a nice smooth rhythm to his work, and he feeds of it. Once he lands in one shot, he's happy to keep throwing.
And although some of the punches from Beluski are quite wide, he does actually move his feet to then get into position to follow up.
And because he's got a longer reach than what maybe you'd expect, I think he has quite a good wingspan, and I think he's surprised he finds the target when you think you're out the distance.
Oh, both missing.
It's good there from Beluski though, right on the line there with a double jab right hand. That's good response over there back from Brophy.
And the left hook from Brophy too. He cannot fault the effort from the Scot. Oh, what a right hand has just gone in and clipped by another one. And now he's trying to hang on. Beluski, he's in a bit of bother, having taken that right hand early on. He shakes it off. Clipped by another left hook. Maybe the big breakthrough that the Brophy needed.
And everything up to that point, or whatever Brophy had thrown, had no effect on Beluski at all. That was a thunderbolt with the right hand.
And he just accelerated into that right hand again, Brophy. And the chin looked solid in the second round, was it? And it's stood the test for Beluski there again. Maybe just sagging a little bit now, Beluski. Is he just getting a bit ragged around the edges?
Isn't it amazing how much of a mental thing in the sport? Because look at the wave of confidence has just changed from Beluski over to Brophy all of a sudden. And with that confidence, you get a bit more energy and a bit more spring in your step.
And what you'd seen, Barry, through the previous 4 rounds or so, you thought if there was a big punch to turn things round,
it was Beluski. Yeah, of course it was. Yeah, and he looked more comfortable. Even the couple of rounds that he didn't win, he still looked maybe more comfortable in exchange. But now Brophy more than dogging it out, just producing the quality work in this round.
Oh, that's a really clever left counter from Brophy. He's fired up at the end of this round. This is how badly he wants it. Another terrific round. What a fight this is. What a surprising little burner this has turned out to be. Tell you what, these Irish lads that have come across tonight, or these lads that have come from Ireland.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
McDonald earlier caused Butcher all sorts of bother, and now this guy, Beluski.
Well, the fight's still up for grabs, to be honest. You've got to think that way. They both need the last round to make sure. But for me, I think the difference is where, look at that right hand there from Brophy. Fantastic shot. But for me, he probably dogged it out in that round for me and really forced the pace. And then once he landed that big right hand, he was full of confidence, had a proper spring to his step, and he got more fluency to his work, and he did a better fighting for it.
Still might be a little drama, folks, in the final 3 minutes. I've got Brophy just in front.
Yeah, me too. I just think that I had it even after 4 rounds. The difference is that Beluski looked comfortable winning his rounds, and Brophy really had to dog out and nick his rounds.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they still scored the same.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. Until that last round when the big one for Brophy.
Oh, it's great work. Really good work.
Just a bit more intensity. The speed's up, isn't it? the wind up to the punches, the building of momentum there, just quickening the pace.
And also experience, knowing that you need a big round, knowing you've got to keep that momentum going, you've got to keep that, that confidence, put pressure on a guy in the last round. But Beluski's still a little bit green maybe, with only having 7 fights.
Still dangerous too.
Oh, good right hand to the body there from Beluski. What a response.
Back comes Brophy, yeah, tit for tat, isn't it? Oh, what a shot. Sort of cuffing right hand, and then he turns it into an uppercut, Brophy.
You know, the left eye now with Beluski's that opened up.
Yeah, he's got a cut. And actually, Brophy, having been under pressure, having cut some big shots, actually the quality of his work has been at its best in the last 2 rounds.
When he needed it, let's be honest. But you just got a feeling, you know, this could still turn either way in just. I know they say one punch can change a fight, but you can really see it in this sort of contest, couldn't you?
Oh, shot, another huge right hand. He was trying to throw with him, Beluski.
Yeah.
That was his undoing there. So he's got to chin this fella.
And that's sometimes where the most damage is caught, because you're not expecting a shot back. You're wide open for the counter. He hasn't got the energy, is he, Beluski, really, to make that assault in this last. He needed a load of energy in this last round.
Yeah,
he didn't have it, and I think Brophy has.
I mean,
and that's going to be the difference.
He is partly his style. He is a bit languid anyway, but I did say whether it's the end of the 4th or the start of the 5th round, about he did look like he's becoming a little more rapid.
No, you never. Don't make out you knew what was going to happen. Yeah, he did. Yeah, because Brophy dogged it out in hard fights before, and I think maybe Beluski hasn't. But
I don't think at any point in this fight you could have predicted with any confidence what was going to happen.
Oh, that's good there from Brophy.
And a good jab. What a sequence of rounds it's been from Brophy. When he absolutely needed them, through 4, 5, and 6. He's been tremendous, really tremendous. What a fight that was. Terrific. Brophy, hands aloft. Boy, did he have to work hard.
He did, and on paper he shouldn't have to. But but then maybe I think Belushi's going to be one of those fighters who's going to be massively underrated and going to cause some upsets just because of his physical strength. If he can get fitness out of that strength, he'll be a nightmare, Belushi. But I think it felt like tonight for Brophy that he clawed a victory out of the claws of defeat. So he literally did. He grasped victory out of the claws of defeat, because those first couple of rounds, in fact, the 3 rounds, he looked in all sorts of trouble. He really did. But look at this for the finish. The quality, that experience. He knew he had to put his foot on the gas. He's been in a dogfight before. He knows what it takes to push through that barrier, and I think that was the big difference tonight.
And the quality under pressure late on, when the chips were down, that was really impressive from Brophy.
But also, for criticism of David Brophy, some of the things that he should have done early in the fight, where this guy's got an awkward reach and style. He should have been double stabbing and double with that jab. The foot and the hands should have been moving together, and he wasn't doing that. So there's two more things to work on. You never have finished the article, and he didn't get out of jail tonight. Essentially won the fight, I think, but still, it's something that maybe he's got to be aware of going forward.
Well, let's get official confirmation of it. What a contest that was.
Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for both these warriors. They put on a great show for us. After 6 great rounds, we go to the scorecards. Referee scores about 59 to 55 points in favor of your winner, David Brophy.
Look what it means to Brophy. He knew he needed something a little bit special in the second half of that contest, and he got it. Fantastic effort it was. And do you know what? I think our pal here, Vladimir Beluski, has proved himself a stream-friendly fighter, I should say. What a contest that was.
Oh, it was a fantastic contest, it really was. And you just think that Now, on paper, you thought it was just going to be a mark time fight for Brophy. Hopefully, he gets some sort of title shot. But he really had to dig deep, and I think there's things to work on that he have to work on for this next fight going forward. And it'll be interesting to see what he has to say. But we'll hear from him now as he's with Sophia.
David, congratulations on the win. That was quite a war in there. What an opponent you had.
It was. I knew he was going to be very hard, but he actually hit for a loss. So he hit me really hard. That's very, very slow start, which I can't afford to have, but it made me dig in.
Certainly picked up momentum as the fight went on.
Yeah, I had to, because the fight would have run away from me. So you're a very, very strong man, but experience played. I didn't get carried away, didn't get jumping in, but it was a good result in the end.
You're aware of the punch power. He's obviously, 7 fights, he's had 5 knockouts. You knew obviously that stat going in, so you were wary of that.
Yeah, very, very much so. So the first round, they say it hit me and I felt it right to my toes. So slow start, wasn't ideal, not a great performance, but got a job done. Got my mature job done, I think.
Well, listen, you're back to winning ways following your defeat to Rocky Fielding a couple of fights back. You got that winning streak back now. Titles are obviously on the horizon for this year.
Yeah, I hope so. I really fancy a crack at the British title. Zach Park's a very good fighter. I think the two of them are good ingredients to make a good fight. I'm never one for calling him down. I would never do that, but I think it's going to be a good fight between us. So hopefully MTK can get it sorted and get back in the gym and work towards that.
And you've recently changed trainer, Lawrence Murphy.
I'm back to Bally.
Oh, you're back?
Yeah,
when did that happen?
Well, we're kissing made up. Obviously, me and Bally fight like cat and dog, so we're back to Bally. So we're back in the gym next week and work on things starting a wee bit quicker.
Okay, well, listen, congratulations. Well done on the win.
Thank you.
Back to you, Terry.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to mention, our after party this evening is at District Nightclub. Please welcome to the red corner of the ring, Ivalnas Korsikas. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the blue corner of the ring, Michael McGurk.
Great tune from Michael McGurk to make his ring entrance to fan-friendly style, and he is pumped up at the opportunity to be appearing on this MTK show. Looking forward to seeing him as well. I think this has got the potential to maybe even top the Brophy contest we've just seen, because Korsikas is a much improved fighter, and he pushed Kieran Smith all the way last time up. There's the tail of the tape. Korsikas' record does him absolutely no credit at all. He's been on a bit of a run, and McGurk, who's been plagued by 1 or 2 injuries in the past with his hands, is ready to rock and roll in this, his 12th pro fight on what has been an unbeaten run for the 25-year-old.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final fight of the night. 8 rounds in a super welterweight contest. Ladies and gentlemen, the officials ringside are ready. The fighters are in the ring, and they are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, for the final time tonight, if you are ready to see some action, make some noise. Introducing first, Fighting out of the red corner, he officially weighed in at 11 stone 4 pounds with a professional record of 9 stone 5 by way of knockout and 6 losses. From Hull, Yorkshire, please welcome Ivaldas Lightning Corsica. And introducing his opponent in the blue corner across the ring, he officially weighed in at 11 stone 2 pounds with a professional record of 11 wins, 3 by way of knockout and 0 losses. From Uddingston, Scotland, please welcome Michael McGurk. Your referee at the bell, Kenny Pringle.
So here we go then with our final fight of the evening here on Eiffel TV, the latest MTK show. The roadshow moves on to Belfast, folks. Looking forward to that in the famous fighting city next weekend. And that rematch, of course. Conrad Cummings against Luke Keeler.
Yeah.
That could be quite tasty. But here we've got the potential for a smart one as well in the shape of Michael McGurk. In that the purple and white, up against Ivaldas Korsakas, the Lithuanian who's now based up in Humberside. He's been on a bit of a roll, and it was only a sort of strong finish from Kieran Smith that stopped that run of unbeaten fights for him.
You can see why you can cause you problems there, Korsakas, because nice sharp, you got a constant little fidgety movements which you had to judge against, and when you miss with a shot, he fires fast counters over the top.
So it's a good test, this, for McGurk. He wants to be in good fights. He wants to put on a show. Important at this stage to balance that with winning.
Well, that's the thing. Everyone wants to put on a good show. Everyone wants to look good and flashy. But sometimes in fights with danger men with banana skins like this, just get the win. That's the most important thing. It really is.
Ooh. Clip with a right hook there, McGurk.
You don't panic, of course, because when you throw shots or when you come in with combinations, he doesn't panic under any sort of pressure. So he sees the gaps. Because he's patient, he sees the gaps to counter. So you have to be aware of when you're coming forward and also when you exit.
Lots of good sparring in the build-up. They sparred a bit with Brophy and Sam Maxwell as well. So some good rounds with him. So he has been prepared for this, McGurk.
Massively overlooked fighter, Sam Maxwell. Real talent. That's okay from McGurk. No. I think you can see, Korsakas is trying to set him up. So just little feints, waiting to see the gaps, not rushing his work.
There's a real period of sort of watching and thinking, and
while the guy's really sharp, still in the early rounds, you just did a little feint, nothing's on, can't see anything on. Take a little walk away and come back again. The right idea, nothing landed, but the right idea, doubling up the jab, trying to push him back, especially with the second shot, waiting for the right hand over the top.
Yeah, intriguing first opening round. That you can see Lawrence Murphy in his corner. Remember Lawrence causing a bit of a surprise, 15 years ago over at the Bray Head, not a million miles from here, when he beat Wayne Elcock with. Clipped him with that right hand, scrambled his senses. He had a little round robin, didn't he, with Anthony Farnell and then Welcock again over a 3-4 year period back then.
Talking about overlooked fighters, Wayne Elcock.
Absolutely. He gained his revenge on Murphy 3 or so years after that. Now Murphy looking well, actually. Lawrence looking after Michael McGurk. There's that little battle for position of the front foot between them.
Yeah, of course, getting that foot on the outside against an orthodox and a southpaw is very, very important. Nice little uppercut there from Korsakos. The double jab's the key from McGurk. And if he just keeps the left foot on the outside, just takes a little moves around to the left ever so slightly, gets more leverage and more opportunity to land that right hand then. So you've got to be careful leaning over that front foot that he doesn't walk onto that left uppercut.
Yeah, it is the right sort of test for him. Oh, that was a good shot.
Just a slight busier of the two, isn't he, at the minute?
I suppose in a fight like this, Barry, it'd be easy to be guilty of trying to be too calculating about it. You can't exactly be loose with your hands, can you?
No, but sometimes you have, you just, when it gets, unless it's down to right onto the wire, then sometimes you have got it'll go to the guy who's just been a little bit more active, or gives the impression he's more active. It's usually the guy who comes forward. That's what they always tend to see. You edge towards aggression, but it has to be effective aggression, of course. When no one's landing or throwing enough punches, then sometimes those things can sway you.
And it might be the more that this goes on, scheduled for 8, and maybe just as the pace slows a bit, maybe McGurk will just be able to close that gap a little easier. We'll see. We know that Korsakos can go the 10 rounds as we saw last time.
Well, I think McGurk gets more success when he ups the pace. I think a higher tempo. It makes it harder for Korsakos then to. He's a counter puncher. He wants you to make mistakes. So the slower the pace, the easier it is to counter punch.
And of course, Korsakos was down, wasn't he, late on? He was the 9th against Smith last time, having made an impression on Smith through the first 3 rounds. McGurk fans are kind of pleading for him to get going, but you're trying to work everything sensibly behind the jab.
Yeah, in a tight rounds where not much is happening, but you've got to really just say McGurk, because he's the one trying to force the pace, and I think he's just been a little bit more active. Of course, he's looking to sit back too much, waiting for McGurk to make mistakes that he's not really making too many of. He's not overcommitting. See, Korsakos not really looking to commit to his shots too much.
Actually, quite a few that I think all the Brophy fans have gone, haven't they, Barry?
Of course, Korsakos needs to be busier for me now. He used to be a counter punch to be busier, more feints with the front foot, throw every time the other guy throws, you've got to throw back.
I think he's a lot taller, McGurk, than he looks too. McGurk trying to get that right hand going.
Better there from Korsakos there, trying to be more assertive.
Yeah, just committing a bit more to that and trying to get on the front foot. It's like changing the play here from Korsakas through the first minute.
Oh, lovely bit of skill there from Korsakas there, making him miss quite comfortable. Oh. Good there from McGurk.
Yeah, managed to pin him against the ropes. Just a little bit of success in the round, but otherwise, the good start to it from Korsakas. Maybe just a little bit of blood is there from the mouth of McGurk.
Oh, good body shot.
Yeah, no, that was after the left hand got through too from Korsakas. Showing his best round.
See, McGurk's like, he's looking for the gaps because that's what he's used to. But I think you've got to create the openings in a fight like this, which is easier said than done, of course. But I think you have to create the openings with a guy like this. He's too awkward to give him to you clean.
There's lots of feinting and shifting. And missed with quite a few of those, McGurk.
Yeah, missed with everything, actually, I think, to be honest. He's done the right thing, trying to push the guy back, who, you know, felt a bit under pressure and fired back, but of course, seen it quite comfortably, didn't he? Good little body movement from him.
Yeah, it's a good round that for Korsakas, who had done much through the first couple. That was much more like it from him.
Well, he's been more forceful, and he had to be, I think, because you know, he wasn't getting barely lost the first two, but nothing much happened from either one. But I just felt McGurk was slightly busier, so you know, maybe give him rounds away, you can call that. But yeah, it needed to be a bit more assertive. And again, it was still another close round, but a round that he could run back, and I think he found the pattern now where he needs the box to be more effective, and I think he has to try and push McGurk back, be a little bit more proactive rather than reactive.
Over on the far side, Lawrence Murphy with the instructions to Michael McGurk.
Lovely left hand there from Korsakas head just a second ago in that little replay. Just showing he's still probably more effective when he is coming forward behind the jab. And again, double jab left hand. Good from McGurk there.
Yeah, trying to let his hands go, and he is doing that. It might be one of those contests where it's sort of less thought, more action for McGurk.
We talk about it quite often, don't we? Me and you, about bursts of change of the pace and bursts of attacks, and you know, and some of these, you know, we criticise some of these European fighters who are technically quite good, but they box at an even pace and they won't methodical and they won't change it. And sometimes different levels you have to be able to go up and down the pace, and I think McGurk needs a little bit of that every now and again. It's little bursts of fast attacks. I think the slower pace, you know, even though he's not being outboxed, I think will suit Korsakas more, be better for him.
It's just a case of maybe be prepared to miss if you throw in combinations, then.
And more of a body movement, more head movement coming forward, because you know, when you miss, this guy's going to throw back, and he's going to catch you. That's what he does. So you have to throw punches in bunches, different angles of attack and also come out in a different angle you came in at, which is most important.
That's probably a good example of it. You know, miss with a couple in there, but got through maybe with one at least. And that might be all it takes.
Let it go after that.
And at least those sort of flurries from McGurk there, they've just kept Corsica's quiet.
Yeah, of
or
course.
quieter.
But makes him reset. That's good right hand there from McGurk.
Yeah.
And again, see the pace is just up there ever so slightly. The pace has been a little bit busier and having more success because of it. And it's not dramatic that he has to rush his work. It's been more intense. That's good.
Oh, he got through with the right hand, and that forces Corsica's onto the ropes.
Nice uppercut there from Corsica's off the ropes, off on the corner, I should say.
I think McGurk might have just cottoned on to the approach that's going to be required with this guy.
But he has to do it every round. And for a guy maybe who'd like, I don't know, a guy who might like to fight at his own pace, because he's usually probably the more skilled boxer, it might be hard for him to maintain that higher pace.
Well, he's certainly prepared enough. He's done all that the sparring that we mentioned beforehand, so I think he should be able to keep up this pace and a little bit more. But that round was much more like it for him.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought, just upping the pace a little bit more, throwing more punches, even though he's missing. Happy, not happy, but accepting that he's going to have to throw 6 to land 2. And I think that sort of output is what he's going to need, and that sort of success rate. It's not what he's used to maybe, but I think he's a guy like this who's quite tricky and clever. And like you said in the round, it stops him from throwing back.
Be prepared to miss and keep throwing. Because actually, if you looked at those sequences we just saw in the previous round, there wasn't loads of landing punches, was there? There's plenty of missed punches, but just enough. As we move into the 5th.
Corsica's got to start trying to push him back. I know he's a counter puncher by trade. You can see that, and he's effective at it. But I think that what was it, the 3rd round maybe, he started to push him back a little bit. He looked so much better for it, because he has fast hands and he's sharp with his punches also, and his movements are sharp around the target. So he can throw, make you miss, and stay in the pocket even.
And I suppose, Barry, with the footwork, because normally, obviously, McGurk's he's trying to get that left foot on the outside. But if you're manoeuvring Corsica's round the ring and you're trying to sneak him into a corner, does that change? I know you've said in recent weeks that you'd maybe have that left foot more towards the middle of your opponent's stance.
It's different with the southpaw, because you have it in the middle of the stance, and he has the territorial advantage with the jab and also the straight left, so you have to get your foot on the outside. You can still dictate that front foot until bully him round to where you want him to go. You have to use the punches a little bit more then with the southpaw, not just the feet.
He's got him trapped against the ropes. McGurk.
See, in the first couple of rounds, he would have just thrown 2 punches, missed, and walked away. Now he's happy just to keep throwing. And then Corsica's is not under any sort of pressure, but he's stopping him from throwing back, because he's throwing in combinations, and also he's giving the impression he's doing the better work in the round, which he is. Better from Corsica's there.
Corsica's managed to find a bit of space with that body shot.
Oh, what a shot.
Oh, big right hand landed there.
And again there from Corsica's with that right hook. That was a lovely sort of hook uppercut, wasn't it, off the ropes?
suppose bar that third round, it's not been loads from Corsica. It's a bit more in this round though.
See, I don't think so. I think he's had the best shot of the fight and the best shot of the round there, but I still think that he's been outworked.
Well, the rounds are flying by. I must admit, I thought the styles would gel a bit more than they have done in truth.
You've got two fingers in there, that's what you see. Two boxers who like to work at their own pace. And just the difference is why I got McGurk ahead quite convincingly on the scorecard, so it doesn't look convincingly in the ring, is that he's the one willing to not sort of bin the technical side, but he's one who's willing to let his hands go. He's willing to be busier, he's willing to throw the punches and not look for quantity over quality. I think that's what's giving him the edge. In most of the rounds, actually, so I think he's quite wide on that scorecard, actually, but he's only nicking rounds, which is fine.
Into the sixth then. Michael McGurk having his 12th pro outing this evening. Up against Corsica. He's won 6 of his last 8 over the last 2.5 years. He actually lost to Kieran Smith some 4 years ago in what was Smith's debut, but it shows you the progress he's made, that they won those 10 hard rounds last time out.
And he's thrown some lovely punches in this round already, Corsica's.
What a shot. 2 left hands, one to the body and then up to the head as well from McGurk.
But just prior to that, it was Corsica standing a nice little uppercut and a lovely hook. So McGurk got him on the ropes. Nice hand there from McGurk.
Yeah, he caught Corsica as well. He was trying to throw. McGurk fans are trying to get into it, trying to get him into it. Again, a bit of a standoff.
Good jab there from Corsica's, lovely work. And again with the 1-2.
And McGurk's forced to miss.
But again, because the pace has dropped a little bit. Just ever so slightly, but it's a slight drop in pace. It's a massive difference in success rate there for Corsica, and he's able to read the work a little bit better. I say massive, that's over an exaggeration, of course, but it just makes him a little bit more successful with his counter punching. Nice.
Again, little bits from Corsica's. Oh, nice right hand there from McGurk. Managing to close the gap, letting his hands go, not always landing with plenty.
See, the little burst like that might give him the swing in the round. I don't think so, because I think it all missed. But he did the right thing, just let the hands go. When you get him if he holds his feet, if you get him on the corner in the ropes, just let your hands go. The difference is for me in this shot, I think Corsica has had landed some good combinations and good punches of his own.
Yeah, little bits of quality in that round from Corsica's. McGurk just never quite been able to pin him down, has he?
Yeah, but you knew after the first round, you knew it was going to be that sort of fight, and I think for the most part, it's been McGurk willing to push the pace and to make a little bit of an extra effort physically. But in that round, the pace slowed just a little bit, and for me, I think Corsica's has the better of most of the rounds, except for that last little flurry where most didn't land, but still a couple did. For me, I think Corsica's doing enough in that round to get the nod and just pull a round back. So Even though I still got him, I got him a couple of points ahead in McGurk, going into the last 2 rounds. He still needs to, you know, keep his eye on the ball and make sure he picks up at least one of these rounds to win the fight.
And here we go into the second last round then.
And these are horrible fights for someone like McGurk because he can't show any sort of real quality, but it's just a real hard, tricky fight that you just got to concentrate on just getting that win. And against a guy who's technically quite good, awkward, hard to hit clean, and fires back all the time. So, you know, and also probably, you know, you're never going to look good even if you do beat him. He's one of those sort of fighters. You make everyone, you know, be tentative coming forward because he's a sharp counter puncher.
Yeah, I think a case of just cut your cloth, get the job done in whatever way you can from McGurk tonight. And maybe him and Kieran Smith will be sort of keeping an eye on, keeping tabs on each other over the next few months.
Oh, good right hand there from Corsica. But it was, he got spun around with the glove, actually, didn't get hit there, Corsica.
Yeah, and it was kind of McGurk who was almost able to capitalise on it. He's got that fainting, fidgety style,
yeah.
Corsica's.
Right, so you don't like to lead off with something like that because you know they're setting you up for something to come back, so you have to feint yourself. Feint, and then throw, and then just dart into the combination. It's good there from the girl.
It's been a lot of treading on toes,
yeah,
that's for
good.
sure.
Yeah, you got little fidgety movements of his own. That helps. That's good.
Still that little bit of blood coming out of the mouth of McGurk. There's a cut there. It's coming from the tongue or wall, but that's kind of been a nuisance for him through pretty much the second half of the fight.
Good there from McGurk again.
Yeah, he missed with the first punch and landed with the second.
Good finish to the round. It's a good start to the round from Corsica and a good finish to the round here from McGurk.
He's kind of kept the same pace, McGurk, hasn't he? He's tried to increase the tempo and the rhythm and the output. He's not been loads in it all the way through as we head into the final round.
No, I do think that they might just put him. It could all burn on the last round, but I think so far I got McGurk just a couple of points ahead. I just think that the fact that he's just been a slight busier in some of those early middle rounds where he's willing just to let his hands go a little bit more. I think that's just giving him nick some of those tight rounds and just put him ahead. But you can't be showing a fight like this where you're getting caught more than you used to. You're missing more than you used to, you're not quite sure, so you have to go out and make a real effort, but still be aware not to make any silly mistakes and walk onto something.
Yeah, I think it's Kenny Pringle, the referee. I think he's the same ref that gave Butcher the nod earlier. Here we go, into the 8th and final round. A similar kind of template throughout.
Lovely jab there from Corsica. Beautiful jab. If he was a busier fighter, it'd be much better, much more effective.
Well, if he's watching this back, he should just look at that third round, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
Say, right, well, there's what I can do, there's what I could have done, should have done.
See, you can be an aggressive counter puncher. You're a natural counter puncher, but you can be the one forcing the pace. Plenty of feint with the front foot, put him under pressure with that front foot. and then a little half a step back, and then fire in with your punches, and he's sharp enough to do that.
Bring it over, bring it over. Just dip down, bring it over. Bring it over.
Nice, more blood's coming from the mouth, isn't it? He's made McGurk miss in this round, Corsigus.
But McGurk's trying to get too close to tight. He's trying to look for that perfect opening. Oh, well turned there by Corsigus.
Once again.
That's nice from McGurk. Again, see, just that output. He missed for the first few, but kept throwing and got a tiny bit of success to finish it off.
Let's go, champ. And again.
He's trying to force it, isn't he, McGurk, in this last round? A bit more quality. Oh, some big shots from Corsigus getting through, and a combination of them. It's probably his best sequence of the whole fight.
A couple of them were taking on the gloves, but yeah, it was good little. Still having enough success and doing well in this round so far, Corsigus. Really well.
More and more blood coming from McGurk.
Looking for the gaps again now, McGurk, rather than trying to force the gaps open, make the gaps himself. Just waiting a little bit too long. I think he's getting picked off most of the time in this round. A good last round for Corsigus for me so far.
Yeah, I mean
he's boxed really well. Beautiful work.
He's won 2 rounds quite clearly, hasn't he? This and the third, and probably one other.
Come on, let's go, last 10. Put it on him.
Good finish that from Corsigus. Suspect not enough. McGurk giving a reminder about how tough this game is.
It's one of those nights where it's frustrating for you. You've got a guy who's clever and cute, makes you miss, makes you pay, and then you have to do things that you're not really accustomed to, don't like to do, and that's be scrappy. Sometimes you just have to dog it out, and I think he's just done enough actually. It's a tight fight for me, to be fair. Yeah. I give that 7 rounds even. I thought it was literally around the 2 halves, and the last round I give the Corsigus, and I think that makes it by 1 point. It was good. It wasn't a standard exciting fight, but I think it was a little bit intriguing with the skills. I mean, I think maybe McGurk was surprised though with how hard Corsigus was to hit.
Well, let's see how the ref scored it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for both fighters. They have finished off the show in style for us. After 8 great rounds, we go to the scorecards. Referee scores the bout 79 points to 74 in favor of your winner, Michael
Well, the 5-point gap between them might have been a little wide, I think it's fair to say, but on output and effort, there's no doubt that McGurk was doing a little bit more throughout. Not loads in it, mind you, but the McGurk supporters are happy, and Corsigus is stomped out of the ring, rather displeased with that scorecard.
First of all, I'd say they got the right winner. I think the scorecards are really wide, but then sometimes, I say about this all the time on title fights. If it's a very close round, you can't argue with it. Oh, that's a really close round. Then you could just nick every close round. I guess maybe that's what the referee saw. I've seen. I thought it was. I thought that some of the rounds Corsigus won were clear rounds, maybe for him, clearish in that sort of fight. But for me, I thought I had McGurk by a round in the end, or maybe 2. And that's you could get that 7th for him maybe, but. I thought it was a relatively close fight and hard-fought fight, but a good win for him, because that's a fight where he had to think on his feet, had to do things that he probably didn't want to do, like take shots he had to take, miss when he probably hates to miss more than most, because he's quite cute. and I think that's going forward. That just builds your character. You know, when you step up a level, I think, you know, him and Kieran Smith now would be just a natural fight to make. I think.
Yeah, they might be teeing that one up. Similar stages of their career. He had to fight through that blood coming from the nose and from the mouth as well, but a little bloodied but not unbowed, and he maintains his unbeaten record, and I think he's across there now with our Sophia. So let's go and wrap up with the pair of them.
Now that you're hydrated, Michael, congratulations on the victory. As we can see from your face, it was quite a war in there. He's a tough opponent, wasn't he?
I made it hard for myself at times. I feel like I could have boxed a wee bit better. But happy to get the win. Moving on to the next one, we want titles now.
What sort of things do you learn from a fight like that, other than defending a little better?
It varies. Sometimes I get a wee bit carried away at times, and I'm stepping back and I'm dropping my hands a wee bit and I'm getting caught with some silly shots. But that's on the learning sort of process. So I'm looking forward to the next one. The sooner we get titles, the better.
As you say, titles coming up next.
Yep.
Exciting division. Any options? Anyone in your side?
There's plenty.
Any preferred options, should I say?
Nah, not really, to be honest. The full super welterweight division's pretty wide open now. I'm happy to fight anybody. I don't really get phased with any other fighters or that. We want these big nights, we want to be headlining here, and we want to keep that up. So sooner the other fights come, the better.
Headlining on IFL as well, great exposure for you.
Aye, definitely. It's a shame I can't really talk great now with my lip, but we're getting there.
I won't keep you much longer.
No, we're all right. I'm enjoying it. I enjoy the full experience. So
listen, very quickly, obviously you've been hit by injuries. You only fought sort of once last year. So are you fully fit now? Are those all injuries behind you?
Aye, we're all good. I hurt my hand a wee bit in the other night, but it doesn't feel bad, to be honest. It feels all right now. So maybe just a wee bruise or something like that. It's definitely no broke. I've done that a few times. So we're happy to move on now. This is us. We've started the year. First fight in March. We want to push on now.
Well, excited to see what you have for us for the rest of the year. Congratulations and well done on the win.
Thanks very much. Look forward to it. And also, can I just give a wee shout out to my sponsors on the back of the top, and my mammy as well. She's
obviously the mum.
Can
right, I'm gonna swap you over. I'm just gonna bring Barry in if that's all right. Hello again. How you doing? Well, quite a cracking show that in terms of a certain few wars that we had out there tonight.
There was, and I think there's some character building fights out there. I think that for McGurk there was a great character building fight. I think the David Brophy fight, which he didn't need another one, but that turned out to be a bit of a war of attrition in the end, but his experience got him through. But young Morgan, for me, the featherweight was fantastic, so skillful and real, a one to watch. And Kieran Smith did fantastic as well, he really did, you know, and I think so going forward, and you can see some natural fights being made there. I mean, McGurk and Kieran Smith would be a fantastic fight.
I know, exactly. That's what you were saying earlier about them obviously both being represented by MTK.
And obviously, you know, they both fought that guy, and they can sort of see how they both did and how they do with each other. And I think that fight will be maybe, you know, stewing nicely now for somewhere maybe next year.
Who impressed you the most, and can you see kind of really pushing on for titles?
Well, obviously David Brophy's already there. He's been a Commonwealth champion. He's boxed 2 world champions, and he didn't look like really great tonight.
He admitted that in his interview as well.
Yeah, you know, and sometimes it's hard to get up for some fights, you know. But I think he fought a really hard guy who will cause people problems. So he's probably one of the easiest to get up to the title fight for. But there was plenty out there, plenty of long talent there. I think Kieran Smith looked really good tonight. I think, you know, he kept his composure after. You know, when you have a fight, he had a really good fight, a title fight, and it gets pulled out really quick. You know, mentally it can be frustrating, and you fox a guy below your level, you tend to think, oh, what's the point? I need the money, but what's the point, you know? And I think he kept his mindset strong, and he looked really sharp. So yeah.
As you said, many learning fights. But that is all we have time for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to the team, Barry, Alex and Terry. We are back next week live on IFL TV in Belfast, so make sure you tune in. But from all the team here in Glasgow tonight, thanks for watching and bye for now.